and Silver today. Great to have him here with us. Kind of on that note, something that Andy Baggerly observed and we've all collectively seen in you is that you're getting ahead in the count a lot better and getting into these hitters counts. And just is that kind of come with seeing it a little bit better at the plate? And is there an element of maybe comfort of just getting the consistent at bats right now? I mean, what's kind of the secret sauce to getting in these friendly hitters counts?
I think it's got to do with kind of everything. For me, I'm working on controlling the strike zone. I know that's always kind of been my biggest issue. And, I wanted to, make sure I got on that and make sure that I was swinging at strikes and, not expanding and, stuff like that. Just working with Pat and Tiny and OB on just staying in the strike zone, laying off pitches, not swinging at a 2-0 slider on the black or a 2-0 fastball on the black, waiting for something a little bit better. Being able to see that next pitch has definitely been a huge thing for me.
Yeah, keep it up, brother, the way you're swinging the bat and your bat speed. If you barrel it, it's going to go a long way. Now over to the defensive side, and everybody's connecting the dots, and I hate to go there because the baseball gods have a way of taking you off track. But with Tyler going down to AAA and Matt Chapman starting to take ground balls and one-hand swings, he may be back as early as the 4th of July or sometime in July. Just your thoughts on, and you're a great third baseman, there's no doubt. You won a minor league gold glove down there. Your throwing arm is elite. The adjustment with the throwing arm going across the bag, you're so comfortable at third base, Casey. How comfortable are you at second base?
I would say, pretty comfortable. It's a position that I've, learned at the big league level. But for me, I'm just taking everything day by day, to be honest with you. I'm not kind of putting things, like thinking about the future. I'm just kind of being where my feet are and just worrying about today and worrying about how we're going to, win the game today. What about the pitchers today? And I'm not really, if you asked me last year, the year before, or whatever, if I was kind of thinking about, the future, stuff like that, I would have given you this explanation of whatnot. But right now, I'm just worried about, today. I'm not focused on anything else.
Casey, something that we've gotten into on this show was when you started the year playing some first base and how quickly you seemed to pick it up for a position that was not really natural at first. And what were some of those conversations like at adjusting to that position? And do you think you can maybe apply some of those talks into playing second base, which you haven't started a game at this year?
I think just for me, I've been touching all the positions all year, whether it was in practice or whatnot. Just making sure I'm just kind of staying crisp there. First base, I actually enjoyed playing first base. That was a lot of fun. I was a little nervous at first. I think the first time out there, I think it was in Houston, and I was pretty nervous because I've never played there. So it was a little nerve wracking. And once I started to be out there a little bit more, I started to get a little more comfortable with the picks and the feeds and the ground balls and stuff.
You're just so skilled. Your hands are so great. Your throwing arm, no matter if it's at first base, second base, shortstop, or third base, it does play. So the pure throwing arm, going back to your closer days at San Diego State, and I remember when you first came up a couple of Mays ago, you had some infield throws that were like, whoa, he just threw it 93 miles per hour across the diamond. If we were to have a throw-off between you and Matt Chapman from third base or maybe even in foul ground, the play you made in Denver when you went far off the line and threw back across the body, who has more pure velo at third base, you, Casey, or Matt Chapman?
I'm honestly not too sure. I think I'll have to give it to. I think I'll give it to Chappie on this one because I think when he was in college, he was throwing like 99, and I was only up to like 96.
Well, I know that with Matt Chapman set to take some one-handed batting practice today, I would still take Casey Schmitt in the one-handed batting practice competition. Speaking of a lot of power, Rafael Devers, big story, big trade happening on Father's Day right before Dodger Stadium. Obviously, you were front and center for a whole lot of the chaos, but just how has he mixed into the clubhouse so far? And really handled what was not a subtle entry at all, having to immediately come in, face the Guardians, and then just like that, his old team comes into town for the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, he's been awesome to have around. I mean, he's a great ball player, and he's just going to make our team so much better too. And I know, we're all really excited to have him here, and he's excited to be here. So, yeah, we're just excited to keep this thing going and going out and playing good baseball.
And I'm sure he's calmed down a little bit. Nice to have a rare day off at home, especially when you change cities and go across the country. So he's settling in a little bit. We do want to thank you. We wanted to have you on at high noon. We had some issues with our phone line, so you came on an hour later. So with an off day yesterday, the first game of a series, you've seen Quantrill a couple of weeks ago. Casey, just give us a pregame ritual. When do you get to the clubhouse for a night game? What do you do when you get there? How do you get ready to play at 6:45 tonight?
Yeah, so I usually show up around 12:30ish. Right now I'm coming in and getting treatment on my ankle, and just kind of going throughout the day, doing my routine, and eating, making sure I'm well ready to go out and go play. And then I kind of just sit in my locker for a little bit, close my eyes, listen to some music, say a quick prayer, and then I go out and I get ready to play.
So great to have Casey Schmitt join us on Papa and Silver. My last one for you, Casey. Look, nothing fires up this fan base like sticking it to the LA Dodgers, and you hit a grand slam down there at Dodger Stadium. Do you have a message for the KNBR listeners for when the Dodgers come to Oracle Park for the first time this season in a couple of weeks here?
It's going to be a fun series. It was a really fun series. Hopefully we get to take this one home this time. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to that series as well. But we got to get through today first.
Yeah, beat LA. So you hit the grand slam off Yamamoto, hit the one against Kike the next night, and then fouled the ball off your foot and your left ankle. So you're still getting treatment on that left ankle. Where you are as far as being able to cut and move on that left ankle, Case?
I mean, it feels fine. I've been playing with it, so I mean, yeah. I mean, I feel like I'm pretty much 100%.
Awesome. Well, we love to hear that. And Casey, thank you so much for both your time and your flexibility. I know our listeners on Pop and Silver appreciate it very much as well. So best of luck tonight. Best of luck with the treatment. And I'll be out there at the yard. I can't wait to check it out.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah. How about the flexibility of a Casey Schmitt? What a bummer that was for us, too. We're thinking, we're holding out. And then we got the word that wasn't going to be able to happen. And then Casey Schmitt comes in at 1:07 today. So a great way to salvage a little Tuesday show, and awesome to hear from Casey, and even better to see the type of play he's had since being an everyday player post Chapman injury.
He's got a good mentality. It's just day to day. I am where my, and that's the line around sports and really mankind right now. I am where my feet are. He's playing third base. He did talk about he does touch the other positions a little bit. I'm sure he does move around. In the game tonight, say something happens and you have to say you play a number of innings, or there's a rash of injuries at second base or first base, whatever. He's got to go play other positions, so you always prepare. But he is preparing to play like a third baseman. He was really interesting about the way he does adjust, and you could see it when he gets to two strikes. He moves up on the plate a lot. He knows what people want to do when they get ahead of him. Make him chase the slider away. So how do you hit that pitch? A lot of times you just be sure the umpire is going to make the right call, so you get up. So a lot of guys with two strikes in the old days, they'd spread out a little bit, they'd choke up. Watch him with two strikes. He does get up on the plate a little bit. He's got good size. And we had Hunter Pence on the other day. He was talking about Jeff Kent, and I heard you guys talking earlier about it. Jeff Kent was a good-sized second baseman at 6'1". Casey's 6 feet. Jeff Kent was a good second baseman. I think if he was a better second baseman, he'd be in the Hall of Fame. And he was always compared to Ryan Sandberg, who had the power of Jeff Kent, but he won Gold Gloves every year. So he's in, and Kent has to wait and may never get in. But Casey Schmitt defensively is way better than Jeff Kent. I don't know if he's ever going to be the hitter like Jeff Kent, but he is a big-bodied second baseman. He's 6 feet, and Kent was 6'1", but he has power. when he barrels the baseball, it goes a long way. I'm not saying he's going to hit Jeff Kent amount of home runs, but you never know.
Yeah, well, when we were having that discussion back when Walter and I were sort of bouncing it off each other, he asked me, when you look at second base, are you looking at offense or defense? And I said, in the light of Casey Schmitt, I'm actually looking at the bat because we know the reputation of who he is as a defender. And it was fun to hear him talk about playing first base, how he was nervous at first, but how much he liked it, because we could see with how awkward it was at the beginning and the way he picked it up so quickly. And so I can't wait to see him go do it at second base as well. But yeah, 4 for 4 on Sunday, looking to keep it going. And a favorite activity on Papa and Silver, looking at the history of the starting pitcher, Casey Schmitt versus Quantrill, only 2 at bats, 0 for 2. So he's going to get on the board tonight. It's not going to be any more zeros on the average and OPS. We'll continue to recap Casey Schmitt when we return. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader. It's no secret, these young guys, it was the case with the Tyler Fitzgerald last year, when you're getting consistent play, and in Casey's case, when you're doing it in a way, in a position that you're comfortable playing defensively, because he's not going to be the full-time third baseman, but he has taken advantage of playing his natural position and is translating to the bat as well.
And he said that he thinks that's been a key. I'm not out there just hoping to get it together this day. It's a process. If I go 0 for 4, I know tomorrow I can make it up, and I'm going to be back out there, and tomorrow is a new day. Sometimes it's harder when you're getting scattered playing time. I'm just trying to stay relaxed and soak everything in. So he's taking advantage, like Elliot Ramos did with all the outfield injuries, in particular Jung-Hoo Lee. Last year, Casey's taken advantage of Matt Chapman. The difference is Jung-Hoo Lee was out the year. He played 37 games. He never came back. And his shoulder got mangled. We're assuming Matt Chapman's going to come back, although I want to see how effective he is. I'm not going to say you're going to bench Matt Chapman, but he's come back from hand and thumb injuries in Toronto and just not been the same guy. As far as the big moment, the home run that he hit against Yamamoto was, wow. And the way he strutted coming out of the box, he knew he nutted that ball. And he just you don't see it. It's not the big bat flip, but that's the most I've seen Casey strut. And I think that is the key. The physical ability is there for him. He was a high draft pick the guy was a closer in college. He's a great defensive third baseman. His bat speed coming through the zone. When you get out there early and watch batting practice, when you watch just a center field shot and you see his bat speed, there's some guys, Rafael Devers is a dude because he can load that front leg and just, wow, The bat comes through the hitting zone so fast. Wilmer, Dominic Schmitt, they spread out. They're different hitters. They're more hands hitters. They're good hitters. They're not like this guy, Jung-Hoo Lee. Bat-to-ball skill, but the bat's not going through the zone the same level of speed. Casey Schmitt, it is. So if he can free his mind to let the talent out, and then a big part of it is the intelligence of playing the game. He has the physical ability. They all do to some degree, obviously some way more than others. Ultimately, it's how smart you are. Is Draymond Green the most skilled defender that's ever played in the NBA? Hell no. Is he the smartest defender that's ever played? He sees it. Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler is limited in his skill, but his mind. And, Casey's a young man. He's just starting. Sometimes I think he just wasn't thinking the game as a younger player. Brother, you're getting yourself out. They know what they're trying to do. They're trying to get you to chase down. It's hard. The slider looks like a fastball until 2 seconds before, not even that, a split second before it gets there. All of a sudden, it's taking a right turn.
Yeah.
How the hell did that happen? It's hard. You got to play. You got to have reps. You got to think the game a little more. He's so instinctive. He's so good defensively. It's in the batter's box. Think the game mentally. What are they trying to do to you? How do you counteract that? I love with 2 strikes, I'm getting up on the plate. I know they're going to try to get me to fish and go out of the strike zone. You can see his approach now. Now they're going to notice that. He just told us that. I got clips that show with 2 strikes, he stands up on the plate more. They know that now. So what are they going to do? They're going to buzz him inside. They're going to saw him off and try to hit the inside corner and pitch him the way they pitched Devers all the time. So that's the adjustment. So the skill is there. It's all the mind. Can he free his mind and not worry? If I strike out here, I'm going to get pinch hit for the next time. I'm not playing again. They're pulling me. Now, when Chappie comes back, now it's different. Second base, he said he's pretty comfortable there. Let's see it. He's so great. His hands are so great defensively. At first base, if he played every day at first base, he'd win a Gold Glove there. And initially, it's like, this guy can't play first base. He has no idea how to hold a runner and take a bunt. He doesn't know.
We had JT Snow on the field with us opening
day.
Awkward. We're like, well, why was it so awkward? They picked it up quick.
The word I used was unfair. This is unfair to ask that guy to go play first base. You're making him look bad, but he figured it out, and now all of a sudden, on a bunt play, he's diving through the air and throwing runners out of home plate. Who does that at first base? That's uncommon. Ultimately, he'd win Gold Gloves at third. He could play anywhere. He's one of those guys, but it's just mentally. Can he think the game? And he's got people around him to help him, Matt Williams and Bob Melvin and obviously Pat the Bat and all of them. You got guys that know that weren't as skilled. Matt Williams was, but a lot of these guys weren't as skilled as KC. So it's just they think the game, free the mechanism, let your talent out, not press so much and worry, and then have a plan. I don't need a plan at third base. The ball's on me. I'm going to spin and get up and go to my knees. Phew! That's just him. In the batter's box, he's got to have a bit of a plan. So I think it's all between his ears. Is he smart enough to figure it out? And I wanted to talk to him. And you could hear it. He knows how to think the game more. He's making adjustments. Honestly, I thought, are they going to have to trade Casey Schmitt? Boy, I would want to trade. Like Jonathan Kuminga. I'm not trading Jonathan Kuminga so he can go somewhere else and become a superstar. I'm the one who drafted, developed him. I don't want to trade Casey Schmitt. But where does he play? He's blocked. Had Lamont Wade played like late-night Lamont, what would Casey's role have been on this team? Had Tyler Fitzgerald locked in like he did last year, well, maybe you would have to trade him. Maybe he goes to Boston in the Devers. I don't know. But you didn't do it. Now he's your guy. You need him short-term. I think, mid-term and long-term, how does he fit? The ability is there. It is obvious. He oozes baseball ability. Now he's got to be mentally as sharp as he is physically, and I think we're starting to see him do that.
Well, and I think on that note, this is a good chance to go and reward what you've seen out of Casey Schmitt lately and take advantage is the wrong way of putting it, but capitalize on your misfortune of Matt Chapman being out of the lineup and Casey Schmitt playing really good baseball. defensively, it's a no-brainer. You're going to lock him in at third until Chapman is ready to go. Then he's going to go to second. But if we're going back to our conversation about the lineup, and we haven't seen the lineup come out yet, but I would like to see Casey Schmitt move up in the order to maybe all the way up to 5. So they're going to face a righty in Quantrill. I would think Dominic Smith would be starting at first base, although it could be Wilmer. But let's say you're going Dominic Smith. I think you would try to lead off with Yaz, Ramos 2, Rafael Devers 3. I'd put Willie Adames with the way he's starting to pick it up 4. Probably go Schmitt 5, then maybe Smith 6, and just kind of figure it out from there. But, he was hitting at 7, and with the way that he's starting to swing the bat, I say you got to reward and ride the hot hand, kind of like Yaz starting to pick it up. Good leadoff man going up against a righty, and they're going to see 3 of them starting in this series. I'd put Schmitt all the way up at 5 if I Bob Melvin tonight.
Yeah, we play the lineup game, and I do it more than anybody and probably too much. I don't know, honestly. I mean, there's a thought that Casey is raking right where he is in that 7 hole. It does lengthen out the order a little bit. Let's just leave him where he is. The lineup on Sunday against Giolito, the right-hander, and the Giants did. Bob does it a lot. I like to do it where you go left, right, all the way through with the 3-batter minimum. If you stack up a couple of lefties or a couple of righties, you're giving the other team a chance to bring a reliever in to get through that and then pitch around the other side. But what they did Sunday, they moved Devers up in the order. They went left. They went Yastrzemski, Devers, and then Ramos, Flores. So they went left, right. So that's a little bit different. I think Bob just likes to ride a hot hand. Yaz is hot. Devers against his former team hit 2. Maybe it's Devers. Where do you want to hit, Rafi? You want to hit third? When he first got here, you're hitting third. Adames is hitting second. Jung-Hoo Lee's leading off. They got away from that, mainly because Jung-Hoo Lee's just not swinging the bat well at all right now. So he got dropped down. I don't really know. I think Bob does a good job of riding hot hands. You'd have to look at Miami's bullpen and who they have in the bullpen. They are going to start 3 righties, but I don't know. I think the key thing is the guy behind Devers to protect Devers, although Boston went at Devers. They weren't walking or they weren't pitching around that guy. Second and third, first base open. I thought they're going to walk Devers here. Hell, they didn't. Sometimes they got there, but they started 0-2 and they wound up even taking a pitch clock violation to give him ball 4, and they indirectly pitched around him. But I think Ramos is the key to hit behind Devers, and then you fill in from there. If Dom Smith is in, Dom Smith, I could see him moving up. But then if it is Dom Smith, where do you insert Jung-Hoo Lee? Do you want to go left? So a lot of it, I assume, Dom, I don't know. I mean, maybe Wilmer starts 2 of these 3. You got a day game on Thursday. So say it's Wilmer tonight, Dom tomorrow, Wilmer on Thursday afternoon. You could flip it, go the other way. I don't know. But the good thing is now, a week or 2 ago, we were searching like hell. You remember you asked me, what do you want the lineup to be? And I said, Ramos. He's the only guy in the line. Or Wilmer. It was Wilmer. I want Wilmer to bat every time. Now Wilmer does not stride at all. He's amazing. Neither does Dom Smith. Right now, Yaz is going well. Ramos is going well. Willie Adames is going well. Casey Schmitt is going well. So you have lineup depth, or you can sprinkle these guys down a little bit. And I think the question also would be, Tyler Fitzgerald is leading off. It's Sacramento tonight, leading off and playing second base. Who starts at second base tonight? Is it Christian Koss or is it Brett Wisely? You would think if it was Farhan, it would be left on right. Yep. Wisely would start, and Koss would come in defensively, or maybe not at all. With these guys, you have no idea what they're going to do. So there are a couple of pivot points, mainly on the right side of the infield. We kind of know. Ramos is going to be in left. Jung-Hoo Lee, we assume, is going to be in center. Although he's got to pick it up offensively and stop just popping up weakly as and right. And then the left side's going to be Casey, and it's going to be Adames. What's the right side? Who plays second, Koss or Wisely? Who plays first tonight? Dominic Smith or Wilmer Flores?
And that's all going to be TBD. Dirty Work will probably give you the lineup live once they have it. On to kind of wrap things up. When we come back, I'm going to play a little sound for you, a fun one from the Big Dumper, and then we'll hand it to Dirty Work. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Nothing like the surprises of midday live radio. Wouldn't want it any other way. Papa and Silver just about ready to wrap up the show. Dirty Work will take it all the way up to Giants pregame. First pitch, 6:45 tonight. And they're going to face Cal Quantrill. But I wanted to go to a different Cal as something kind of fun to end the show. That is the big dumper, Cal Raleigh. And what a freaking year he is having right now. Here is Cal Raleigh asked about 5 pitchers he would like to catch. Cannot pick any teammates. And here's what he had to say.
You got to do a starting 5 rotation of players today, non-teammates. You being a catcher, who are the 5 guys that you have in that rotation?
Yeah, that I'd like to catch.
Yeah.
Like current right now at this time.
At this time.
All right. I'll go Logan Webb as one of them. Chris Sale as another one. In no order, obviously.
No order.
Chris Sale, Logan Webb, Tyler Glasnow. This is all barring injury, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Tyler Glasnow. I mean, I know he's a little older, but I think Verlander still.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, he's tough AB. So.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. Zach Wheeler.
There you go. Okay.
Zach Wheeler. Is that 5?
That's 5.
Yeah, a couple of Giants making that little 5 rotation. Justin Verlander, we're going to see tonight. Of course, Logan Webb, we'll see tomorrow. And Walter and I were kind of talking about it. We go, hey, Patrick Bailey for Cal Raleigh straight up. Who says no?
Yeah, that's not going to happen. I was thinking maybe sign him as a free agent. They're going to give him a lifetime contract there. I mean, he catches and throws. He won last year, and Chapman didn't get it, but we keep talking about the Platinum Glove. Cal Raleigh won not only a Gold Glove, but I think he won the Platinum Glove in the American League, where he's not only the best catcher and framer and thrower at catcher, he's the best defensive player overall in the American League. I mean, wow. And his ability right now, is he going to break Barry Bonds' single-season home run record? I would find that hard to believe. He may get to the most home runs any player has hit at the All-Star break, and that would be Bonds. I don't think he's getting to 73, but and that ballpark in Seattle is tough to leave. It's the safe. It used to be Safeco Field. What is it, T-Mobile now? It used to be known as the safe because you couldn't crack it.
Yeah.
It's got a lot of similarities to Oracle Park. For him to hit the amount of home runs he's hitting as a catcher and to do it in that ballpark, it's one of the greatest years. And again, we're basically halfway through that anybody's ever had, let alone a catcher. I mean, it's amazing. And he's got the greatest nickname in the history of sport, and we gave it to you on the home opener because I got to see the big derriere up close. I mean, he is known as the big dumper for the size. Cal's got a big old butt, and it's good because he's a catcher. But is that the greatest nickname ever?
I mean, it's right up
dumper.
there. It is right up there. Cal Raleigh, by the way, through 77 team games, they compared him to 2001 Barry Bonds, and he's got the OPS of 1,049, Barry Bonds 1,360, RBIs, Cal Raleigh 68, Barry Bonds 70, home runs 32 for the big dumper, 39 for Barry. And so, I mean, I don't think he's going to catch the Barry Bonds single season home run record, but the fact that it's even kind of a discussion right now goes a long way in the kind of year that he's been having. And of course, we got to see it up close, but pretty cool that if he could catch a couple of pitchers, non-teammates, he's going 2 Giants, and those are the 2 that we're going to see tonight and tomorrow.
And a former Giant in Zach Wheeler. He went Logan Webb, and he dropped to Justin Verlander. The guy's got 32 bombs in 76 games, 334 plate appearances. Last year, it's not like he hasn't been a home run. He had 34 home runs last year and 30 the year before, and 27 the year before that. Wow. I mean, Will Schmitt is having an amazing year in the National League, but the big dumper in the American League, if he does not get to Bonds and he hits 50, no catcher has ever hit 50 home runs in a single season, or maybe pushes even more. What a year he is having. But Logan Webb, Justin Verlander, I am wearing the hat, and I say it ends tonight. The 262 career wins that Justin Verlander has been stuck on since when? When did he get a win last year, his final year in Houston? He came back and was gone for a long, long time. But we know as a Giant, he has not picked up numero uno yet. But I am saying tonight against the Miami Marlins, Justin Verlander goes from 262 to 263. He will be the winning pitcher tonight.
Well, that is just about going to do it. And we'll see if 263 does end up happening. Big thank you to Walter and our digital guys and even the other Papa, Derek, filling in for a little bit here. What a nice little fun day, but it was awesome that we got to talk to Casey Schmitt. And again, we will have that interview podcasted. But yeah, when we come back tomorrow, Papa, we're going to hopefully get to catch up with Susan Slusser, Marcus Thompson. It is a Shay Hay Wednesday, and we'll have some Giants baseball to talk about. I'm going to be at the Yard tonight at the KNBR Suite, so can't wait to go and check it out. And we're going to reset at 10 o'clock. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, the Warriors are going to come out and play at Chase. I'm going to see Wu-Tang Clan tonight. But our show is normally 240 minutes long. We do have commercial breaks. It felt like 262. I'm at a 262 frame of mind today, but I wasn't on for all 240 minutes because Depop jumped in for 180 minutes. But to have no guests, to have no callers, it has been a bit of a challenge. By the way, Chris Babcock always listening. The last Justin Verlander win was September the 28th of last year. So I am saying today, on June the 24th, Justin Verlander will get off the schneid and get win number 263 in his first as a Giant.
Yeah, off the paternity list and ready to go. Justin Verlander, first pitch, 6:45. It is time to hand it off to Cope's Depop. Tim Webb. Dirty Work will take you all the way up to Giants pregame. Have a good Tuesday, everybody. We'll be back at 10 a.m. tomorrow. And as always, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
It's Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Love a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you on this Tuesday. We got a fun show for you.
Best day of the week on Dirty Work.
Best day of the week on Dirty Work. The NBA grab bag shows up. I'll tell you how later. And then also the...
You got to think of the story, huh?
It's how it happened.
Okay.
It's how it occurred earlier this week. I'll tell you about it.
All right.
I'll tell you all about how it went down.
Does it kind of reflect what you did last night? Because no sports last night, except baseball on TV, but nothing locally.
I got in a softball tilt last night.
Oh, did you?
I joined
now?
a second team, so I've been playing some Mondays and some Tuesdays.
Okay, you double dipping, huh?
Double dipping now. Tempest, the bar Tempest. Shout out Tempest, great bar. Poor guys.
Tempest.
They're like sister bars with like Showdown and like there's a couple other bars.
Yeah,
Louis.
I used to go to the Tempest in Oakland, but it rebranded and everything.
I don't know if they're tied together. Anyway,
Okay,
the Tempest
maybe
here. It's the bar here. They're tied to a couple other bars in San Francisco. Connecticut Yankee, one of the other ones.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
Potrero Hill. Where we went last night after we played. Anyway, playing for that softball team. Dude, we were up 17-10. Blow it, and it's 17-17. Then we scored 4 more, and we won it. First win of the season.
Nice
tilt yesterday.
There you go.
Yeah,
congrats.
Big celebration afterwards. Big.
It's a celebration.
It was like a Monday night, so everybody had to get home. You know what I mean? Have a beer and then get out of there.
I get it.
Get yourself a pop and then get home and catch a few winks.
Yeah, how'd you feel after that Carl's Jr. and participating in some softball?
Dude, thank goodness for the 8:50 first pitch, so I had some time to de-bloat, I guess would be the word I was looking for. You know what I mean?
Drop some loads, which seems to be the phrase today, whether you're Donald Trump or George Kittle.
Dude, yeah, that's right. Your boy DJ T's dropping, saying the loads of which we've never seen. We love the loads.
Yeah, then George
Big
Kittle
loads.
talking about doing the same thing, but in a different way.
Yeah, much different.
As Copes puts on his headset.
Sorry, I got to get my headset
No,
going.
you're all good.
Well, Greg Silver takes forever to get hit. You know, I always made that joke, like, as soon as Walt gets his ass out of the chair. Now I'm legit just waiting for Greg Silver to get his ass out of the chair.
I'm going to give Greg Silver a break today because they had a lot of technical difficulties today. And they eventually got Casey Schmitt on, which is nice.
All right, well, what about the other days where I'm still waiting for him to get his ass out of the chair?
Well, tomorrow you give him some crap.
I kind of want to hand him crap anyway. You know what I mean? Like, it's not my fault that the phones didn't work.
Of course not. I did like Greg Silver, though, at some point.
Of course not.
Of course not, Copes.
Of course it wasn't.
But I did appreciate Greg Silver screaming at us and being like, hey, did you guys ever have to deal with no phones for an entire show? I think not. Yes, we did.
That's good, yeah. The first one.
Speaking of the phones, can I address something that happened this morning?
Yeah, go ahead. Was this a personal anecdote?
Possibly. I'm not going to name any names, but what happened on today's morning show, and they had a fine show today. Dwayne Kuiper appeared. Great guests.
It's Marcus's birthday today. Happy birthday, Marcus.
Dude, the great Hall of Famer Tim Brown showed up.
Nice. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Good deal. Good booking, Curly.
Some might say he's a little overrated, but...
Are you one of those?
I love Tim Brown.
Oh, my God,
Love
dude.
Tim Brown.
Oh, my God.
No.
Derek. Not a take I anticipated from Derek to start the show today.
My father has always said that. Tim Brown had the stats, but like physically...
He's no Bolitnikov, I'll tell you that.
It's different, but like physically...
Dude, even dead serious. Dude.
I know.
Serious as a heart attack.
Physically, though, just like not a dominating presence, but a very good wide receiver. Okay, regardless. The Mexican-American Dream called in today on the morning show. And
great caller. Noted caller. We see him on
we love him to death.
Chat.
He is a proud member of the Filth, and his call was ended abruptly because details of a certain 4th of July party were mentioned. Look, I'm not going to get into the details of whether this party is real.
What do you mean his call ended early?
Someone cut the call early. Not going to get into the details. All I'm going to say is that
you're not going to get into the details. So some Mexican-American Dream called in.
Yes.
And was given a Mexican-American Dream like take.
You doing his usual thing? way.
So he never got that far.
No, he never got that far.
They cut him off early. What, did Murph cut him off?
Oh, no, Murph didn't cut him off.
I think Murph's a fan of the Mexican-American Dream.
Oh, he was into the call.
He was into the call.
He was into the call. Marcus was into the call.
So something about a 4th of July party that it's just a riff that's been going on here for a couple of years at KNBR. Somebody didn't like that was being talked about and cut the call.
Yes.
Interesting.
So all I'm going to say is...
Sam, have you ever cut a call like that?
I don't think I've ever cut a call, period.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, unless someone's using foul language or... being a little too long-winded with an answer.
Yeah.
I can tell you who it wasn't. It wasn't Raph. We call Raph the turnstile because everyone gets through.
Yeah, dude, Raph's a turnstile. Everybody's getting on the air with Raph.
But no, all I'm going to say is on Dirty Work, we welcome all callers, especially I don't mind getting made fun of. How many people call in or text in about how I was conceived? Sometimes you just need to have a little thick skin, as I always say.
We once had a man on the air. This was my favorite show we've ever done together. The day where we found out about the guy who accidentally texted. He didn't accidentally text. He texted the KNBR text line. I think his name was Mike. And he thought that he was texting a woman that he'd been on a date with. Named Stacy. Turns out Stacy had given him the text line number as a fake number. Yep. After meeting on a Hinge date. This is my favorite show we've ever done because it's played out throughout the entire show. We then eventually got Mike on the line and talked to Mike about it.
After he drank several lemon drops.
And Mike tells us that he thinks it might have gone wrong because he wet himself on the date and the woman Stacy noticed this. Then Stacy, quick-witted and on her toes, decided instead of giving her her actual phone number, she gave him the KNBR text line number. So then we got in touch with him. He tells this story on the air. We're talking to him. And then in the middle of us talking to him, he says, Derek, you need to get some better clothes.
The balls on this guy.
Derek's clothing. And Derek
the guy that peed his pants is going to call me out for my wardrobe.
Says, I'm not going to listen to some guy who peed himself.
We all have fun here. But I will say on Dirty Work,
oh, my God,
we welcome everybody that wants to be a part of the Filth. And, of course, members of the Filth already, the Mexican-American Dream. So call in if you want to today and finish your take, Mexican-American Dream. We love you, and we will never, ever cut your call short.
That won't be so sure.
Okay.
Tim and I may be on the other side.
All right.
Here's the other thing. You're telling me he didn't just pot him down. Like, he didn't keep him on the line and just drop the audio. He actually cut him off.
Done.
I think that's see, personally, what I think about that is that's an overstep of the unwritten agreement between caller in and the show that you're calling into.
I would agree.
You know what I mean? Like, we allow people to come on, and there are times where I say, hey, we got to go. We cut people off.
Of course.
But we acknowledge it because we have to get to something else and we're moving on. Or there's a lot of calls on the line. Like, if there's not as many calls, sometimes you get to go for a longer time. You get a good take. We're having a back and forth.
Yeah, it's a harmless joke that was said this morning.
And that's the thing. It's like, dude, anytime we get into a debate or get into an argument with anybody about something, it's not personal. That's the sports talk radio nature of it.
Exactly.
You can't ask for callers and then cut the caller off because they listen to the show so frequently that they are in on the jokes that you've been a part of.
How many people think are going to call in next Monday?
That's what I'm saying. It's an unwritten agreement we have with you guys.
How many people think are going to call in next Monday to give me some crap about Dave Stewart's perfect game?
I don't think anybody's going to give you crap. I think it's a no-hitter, first of all.
Oh, sorry, no-hitter.
I think everybody's going to call in and say congratulations, dude, on Conception Day. Nobody's mocking you for this. Everybody's proud that you were
I know, but the image is in my mind.
You were the strongest, reign supreme. You know what I mean?
God.
You and your dad.
Why do they say it like that? You and your dad. Sick bastard. All I want to say, easy, Coops.
The point of this, the point of this all is that
behind us, dude.
we will sit there and laugh at ourselves to no end. That's the whole game here. If you can't laugh at yourself, then you shouldn't be in this job. That's the bit.
Yeah,
That's all.
I mean, dude, Tim begged and peed his pants to get his own segment on
He pees his
Tuesdays.
pants all the time.
He's going to make an appearance later.
So all I say is, Mexican American Dream, we love you. Call into Dirty Work anytime.
We want to hear from the Mexican American Dream. Also, I'll just put it out there. We are Dirty Work, right? We did fancy ourselves the heels of KNBR.
Yeah.
If you got a promo to cut, have at it. You got something to say? You want to let it loose today? It's all yours. 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627 is the number to call.
And I want to clarify, no inside job was made.
Oh, yeah, dude.
No inside job was made. The filth act on their own accord.
This is something this is something that needs to be noted because apparently the young Tony, I'm going to say his name, who got upset about the Mexican American Dream calling in, claimed that he thought it was an inside job. And when I watched it, I don't even really think that he actually believed that it was an inside job.
He just wanted to say
I really don't think that I think he didn't know what to say and he got caught in some hot water with Murph being like, put him back on. But they're like, we're not telling anybody to call in. We're not putting plants out there. We handle we'll do the dirty work ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
If we have something to do or something to say, we'll do it. You know what I mean? We're not having anybody else do our bidding. Certainly not Tim. 808-KNBR is the number to call, 415-808-5627. You got a promo to cut, and we do want to hear from the Mexican American Dream today. You get your takes out, and maybe if your take is a little bit different than the one that you originally had this morning, then so be it. We are going to catch up with Brian Kenny, who had some thoughts on the trade of Rafael Devers to the Giants.
He dug in as they do on MLB Network.
Yeah, basically he dug into this and he was like, I think the Red Sox did the right thing. He doesn't think Devers all that good of a teammate. It's kind of what it comes down to.
He also doesn't think he's like a top 30 player in the league.
Yeah, well, he's wrong, and we'll talk to him. We'll talk to him about it.
He's wrong,
and we'll talk to him about it at 3:50. Wrong again. All right, when we come on back, I'll tell you how you can win tickets. We're giving away tickets to Neil Young. Is that who it is? We're giving away tickets to go see Neil Young. We'll do that later today. When we come on back, how about this? A little bit of basketball talk to kick off the show today. We do have Giants pregame tonight.
We do.
5:45 against the Marlins. Mike Dunleavy addressed the media yesterday and talked about how they'll go about this offseason. Thank you, Fergie. We got plenty more to come. Dirty Work. We are the greatest show in America. It's only here on the Sports Leader.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you.
Yeah, we got some early dog action out there, huh?
What, on the baseball field out there?
Yeah. Look at that doggo.
There's some good dog. I'll tell you what, being in this studio, there's a little baseball field right to our left here. There's some good dog action we get during the day.
Yeah.
You're a dog guy, I've noticed.
I'm a big dog guy.
I'm a big dog guy myself.
Although
Tim's a turtle man.
Yeah, big turtle man. As Sinbad would pronounce Turbo Man back in the day in Jingle All the Way.
Turbo Man, dude.
Turtle Man.
Turtle Man. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Brian Kenny joins us a little bit later in the show, coming up at 3:50. Talk some Devers and his take on him being a bad teammate. Thinks it was a good move by the Red Sox. I disagree. We did put out for some calls at 808 KNBR. If you've got a gripe or something you got to get off your chest today, we're here for you.
We're always here for you.
We'll get to some of your takes as well. Mike Dunleavy Jr., some basketball talk here off the top with some dubs as the NBA draft goes down tomorrow from the Barclays Center. Mike Dunleavy Jr. spoke to the media yesterday for his pre-draft presser. I mean, I got basically in the Steph Curry era, with the exception of the James Wiseman draft year because they were picking so high. Number 2, right? What they
yes.
Number two, yeah. Wiseman goes second in that draft. I've got like no juice for the draft whatsoever.
No, just Cooper Flagg going first overall to the Dallas Mavericks. And there's some trades that went down yesterday with the Celtics trading away Drew Holiday. And today, Jordan Poole gets dealt to the New Orleans Pelicans for C.J. McCollum.
Yeah, a little bit surprising today.
But yeah, like that's the thing we're looking forward to is just how the draft is going to be impacted by these trades. But yeah, no, I pay attention to March Madness, but I got to be honest, I really don't know a lot of names. The only one I know is Cooper Flagg.
So the first one here from Mike Dunleavy, is he talking about why the Warriors can't attempt to get the same types of players they did last year?
Yeah, so like last year they were making some big swings.
They tried to get Paul George. The Laurie Marketing talk was out there. Apparently they called on Karl Anthony Towns last offseason.
Zach LaVine.
Yeah. Right.
What else was there? But yeah, like in the end, they came up empty, and then they had to get Jimmy Butler at the trade deadline.
And I think even Jimmy Butler was rumored at some point last year.
Yes.
Into the offseason because they didn't know about whether or not he'd sign the extension or they would give him an extension.
Right.
Here's Dunleavy on why they can't go after the same caliber of player.
Only because just of our salary structure and the way it works with the amount of money you can use underneath the second apron. That probably restricts it more than anything for us in terms of pursuing the best roster we can. So I think we'll look at stuff. We'll look at players that we really like that may, we just got to be, it's just almost impossible for us to add players in the salary range of guys we were looking at last summer since we've added Jimmy. So that would be the only limiter. But in terms of like finding talent, improving this team, we're going to look under, every rock to try and do that.
Which is good, but also that's going...
Okay, very nice. Understood.
Very nice, very nice.
Very, right to the point there, Mike Dunleavy. Okay.
But at the same time, how is the team going to improve? And
it's a great question. Are they good enough now? I don't know.
Well, that's the thing. Like we keep talking about how they're so close. They're so close. And yeah, they got to the second round this year. I don't know. Like with Steph, with Draymond and Jimmy, you're going to hear me say this a lot. They're all older. They're all 37, 36.
I mean... Yeah, Steph's 37, right?
Yes, it's going to be tough. That's why, like, Kevin Durant's in a very good situation with the Houston Rockets. I don't know if he's going to championship, but most of the guys on that team are in their 20s. He's the lone wolf that's 30 plus or 35 plus. So I get the Warriors; they have a lot of talent, and they're going to build around this big three in Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy. At the same time, this big three is too damn old.
Yeah, I mean that's. I remember Bonte put out a tweet like that right at the end of the Warriors run and said the Warriors will be looking next year to win an NBA title with Jimmy Butler, who's going to be in his age 36 season. Steph Curry, who's his age 38 season. He'll turn 38 next year, and I think Draymond's 37 going on 38 or 36 going on 37, something like that as well. I mean, show me a team in NBA history that has found the championship level of success with that age of player, that many players at that age. Now, I'm thinking about the Lakers when they tried to go – I think when they lost to the Pistons, that was the year that they acquired Gary Payton and Karl Malone.
Yes.
You had Kobe and Shaq, Gary Payton and Karl Malone, who were two. I think those were the last couple of seasons for those guys. Gary might have played.
Definitely were.
Gary might have played a little bit longer than that because he did go to the Heat. I think he did because then he went to the Heat and he won one with Shaq.
Karl Malone had to be in his late 30s at that point.
I mean, but Gary Payton was pretty old at that point as well. So I'm like, but that, by the way, that team didn't win the NBA Finals. That team lost.
And Kobe and Shaq were in their early 30s. But the problem
Kobe might not have even been that old yet. I mean, I don't know. I don't
he
think
might
Kobe,
have been 28 for all we know.
I don't even think he was 30 yet. Yeah. But Yeah, so that year, Gary Payton was 35 that season, and he played all 82 games, which is just incredible, by the way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'm going to find out more on that roster and just the age
But
of
it
that.
makes sense now with how younger that Detroit Pistons team was.
Right. I mean, it's just that's my point is the Lakers ran through the East. And by the way, there's more parity in the NBA now than there was then. I mean, we went through like a 25-year period, a 20-year period, it felt like, where there was very little, if any, parity. Teams were dominant. You kind of knew who your conference finals teams were on paper, barring anything major or major transaction or injury. You kind of knew, right? Like throughout the season or going into the season, which the top caliber teams were, and they were likely to sort of win it all or end up in that place. I always thought there was more variance even in the NFL, where you could see on paper who looked like the best, but football is just a different beast.
Yeah.
Basketball lacked, I think, a lot of that parity. Now, I mean, we have 7 champions in 7 years.
That's good.
It's fantastic. You can't pinpoint. I mean, seeing a team like the Pacers make a run like that, it's awesome. Because you see that stuff in baseball all the time. We saw the Tigers last year. We saw the Guardians last year go to the ALCS, right? Like teams, or go to the, I think, deep into the playoffs last year. The Tigers went deep too, but I think they went division series and Guardians went ALCS after beating them before losing to the Yankees. My point is that you get those kind of runs in baseball, and for a long time you didn't in basketball, or even if you did for a bit, you kind of knew it would flame out if they ran into somebody. And this one, it was like even the Pacers going up against a team that was in first all year and won the conference by 16 games or whatever it was over Houston in Oklahoma City, you knew that they had a shot. So can you buy into an aging team of the Warriors with these 3 guys getting it done this year? And you're looking to do something you haven't done before, that nobody's really done before.
That's why I think it's going to be an uphill
in an
battle.
era with more parity.
Exactly. And I think that, with what Mike Dunleavy is saying there is they're going to try to be aggressive, but they really can't do what they did last year because they have the Jimmy Butler contract, and they needed to sign Jimmy to the extension in order for him to be happy. Remember, initially, he was not, he didn't have his number one destination being Golden State. He wanted to go to Phoenix. And then when they told him, we'll give you the 2-year contract and everything, he's like, all right, I'm more open to this. And he probably thinks he made the right decision with how much of a S show it was in Phoenix. So I'm all in favor. I mean, I changed my tune on the Jimmy Butler trade. Obviously, it changed their season, and it got into the second round of the postseason. But I just don't know how they get better. Like tomorrow, they'll draft in the second round at 41st overall. And I don't know who the hell that player is going to be.
Doesn't matter. I mean, nobody's looking at...
Post was a difference maker this year.
He was a contributor this year. Would you say he was a difference maker?
Okay, I take that back. Yes, a contributor this year.
And I'm not saying you can't find a contributor, but that's what I'm saying is, does whoever you find in this draft, if they do contribute this year, nobody's counting on that to be a piece that helps them. The draft is sort of irrelevant to what we think they need in terms of improvement or getting better in terms of talent.
Yeah, and Quinn and Post, I mean,
that'll be a completely developmental piece.
Let's be real. There was moments where he had great games and had good shots, but he was a liability defensively.
There was moments where you knew 3 minutes in, you couldn't play him.
Exactly.
Like games would start, they'd start and they'd be like, nah, this is not.
I would say most of the postseason it was that way.
He was like, you can't do this.
And honestly, even though they were injured, I would say the same thing for Brandon Pajemski and Moses Moody at times where I was like, these guys aren't ready for the moment. Now, Jonathan Kuminga did show up at times, but the game was in hand. Like, I know people are like, well, he put up good stats. Who cares? It wasn't winning stats. It wasn't winning plays. And that will be a big talk this offseason. Like, at this time last year, we were talking about Clay. And we love Clay. We don't feel, me personally, I don't feel the same way about Klay Thompson that some people feel about Jonathan Kuminga. But, like, this whole thing, like, I know we'll get to the audio, and Dunleavy's like, I want to know this answer sooner than later. I get that. And, yes, we want to get this out of the way. And the whole thing about him being restricted, if no one does give him an offer sheet, then he does become a free agent. So eventually you're going to figure out how much you have to pay him. But I don't think he's earned a long-term contract when some people are like, you got to see the potential in him. No. I think that if Jonathan Kuminga does come back to the Warriors, I'm all for it, but he needs to prove himself all over again.
Moving on here on that Jonathan Kuminga tip here, here's Mike Dunleavy when asked about Jonathan Kuminga's pending free agency and what he thinks about it.
I think we're in a good spot with it, honestly. We have the ability to bring him back. He's restricted, and I think there'll be good dialogue, and I'd like to figure something out sooner than later. That'd be great, but I also acknowledge with restricted free agency, these things can drag out a little bit and take some time. But I think we feel pretty comfortable with who JK is as a player, and what he can do for our organization, and we'll continue. It's a main priority going into free agency.
Yeah, I mean, of course, like that's the biggest question mark, I would say. And we'll see what happens to GP2 and Kevon Looney. Those guys are free agents as well. But a lot is made of Jonathan Kuminga because he's a polarizing player, and he's had his issues with Steve Kerr in the past. And I don't know if, I would love for one day Steph Curry and Draymond Green to be completely honest about how they feel about the guy. I know that they're supportive about him. I know in the the post, the end of the season press conferences, they were like, we wish nothing but the best for him. It's been kind of a rocky time with him being a Warrior. And if it's not here, we hope he goes somewhere else and has success. They're not overwhelmingly saying we want him back, which is telling to me. Because I think Steve Kerr gets a lot of this blame, but also he is the coach. He does get paid a lot of money to take this bull crap. At the same time, I do think that Steph Curry and Draymond Green all get into a room together as the leaders of this team and say, this guy cannot play with us right now. So I am all in favor of him coming back and being a young contributor to this team. I don't think he's going to be a difference maker. I don't think he's a superstar, but I do think he can help this team.
Do you think he's back?
I would say all it takes is one team to get interested. But the latest rumors are maybe the Pistons would be interested in him, or maybe the Kings would be interested in Jonathan Kuminga. That would be very interesting if the Warriors, let's say, by all means, go to Sacramento. But if they do, if it does get into a bidding war, I hope the Warriors don't feel compelled to, for lack of a better term, get into a pissing contest over keeping Jonathan Kuminga.
I don't know. It probably depends on if there's an in-between number. You know what I mean? If there's a number that's a little bit higher than they are comfortable going, or than they value him at or want to go with, like that's the one where you get a little bit and go, man, they put us in a tough spot. They overvalued where we'd go, but they're willing to pay because they have the financial flexibility to do so.
Yeah.
That's where you might get a little bit stuck, but I don't know. Does it preclude you from doing anything else? That's what I wonder.
I do wonder about that too, but just going back to what Bobby Marks told us about a month ago, where he said, I don't think that Jonathan Kuminga is going to have this big market that everyone thinks he does. I agree, and if it comes, if the truth is that Jonathan Kuminga, went around the league and no one's like, we're not willing to pay you what you think you're worth, and he comes back not with his tail between his legs, but like, all right, this is what it is, then he needs to accept his role.
The league will tell you what your value is. And
exactly.
And the Warriors can say, go ahead and do that. And I think he's absolutely going to.
So I would say that obviously Joe Lacob's in favor of keeping him for all that he said to Tim Kawakami and, interviews with Anthony Slater and, obviously parading him around the Valkyries game. But
parading him? They just sat next to each other.
Well, okay, true.
They were at a game together. I don't
it's
know
not like Pods who wants to be like a part of the act with the Valkyries.
Yeah, right. Pods is like a part of it now.
Exactly. But I would say at this moment, I think it's more likely that he comes back, but he has to be receptive to what his role is going to be.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. The only other report here that we saw is that the Warriors and the Lakers, I guess, have both shown interest in Kristaps Porzingis.
I would do that in a heartbeat because he is a free agent after this season.
Size, man, it's a one-year deal. And Boston, they're saying that could be the next domino to fall for them as they need to move him.
Exactly. So I'm all in favor of that. I wonder what you would have to move in order to get him. And it seems like Boston's selling off pieces right now. And you can't go into next season with Draymond being your five again. So I'm all in favor of that. And the other team linked to him is the Lakers. I highly doubt that the Lakers and Celtics would do a deal with each other. And Joe Lacob has Boston ties.
209, by the way, checked in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line at 808 KNBR. You can, too. Still waiting to hear from the Mexican-American Dream, who called the morning show this morning, was soundly cut off by Young Tony, but we don't do that to members of the filth.
We don't do that.
You got a place, you got a home right here. Ty, Dream. They call them the Mexican-American Dream.
Some might call it a nightmare.
Some call them a nightmare. Like Young Tone. 209 checked in when we were talking about, has there ever been an aging team like that that's won, where the Warriors would have Steph in his age 38 season, Draymond like 37, Jimmy 36? Somebody said, what about Parker and Duncan? The last time they won it, where Tim Duncan was 37.
2013?
He was 27 years old.
Well, you know who was MVP that year.
Right, but Tim Duncan was 37. Manu was 36. Tony Parker was only 31, and Kawhi was 22.
Exactly.
So you had a Kawhi Leonard. They don't have a Kawhi Leonard. Kuminga's not the Kawhi Leonard.
No, he's not.
For this unit. If he were, I'd say maybe they're in business. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and to text. A little bit more on the Warriors. Will the Warriors, you think, win a championship in the next 2 years with the Thunder hanging around? As I told you before, my belief in the Jimmy Butler trade was last season, the one we just watched, and this season. Trying to shoot in 2 years where Steph's 39 years old. Mm-hmm. You got Jimmy at 37 and Draymond at like 38. I just can't imagine as constructed without some major change that's a team that's in contention. We'll talk about that next. Can they get one with what you've seen from the Thunder? Only here on the Sports Leader. owns it. He runs it. I don't think anybody was in there for a minute. I was like, I didn't see Tim. Tim just disappeared. I looked up. I was like, usually at the end of this, like my internal clock was coming. We heard that commercial spot. Shreve and Company, whatever they say there, and then it's usually right back to us.
Yeah.
No dice.
What got loaded just now.
You got loaded, huh?
Got loaded.
Yeah, right. Look at loader in the back.
Oh, I miss it. A lot of that.
Well, I mean, it's on you, though.
Oh, sure. I told him. I was like,
You
sorry,
left
Jack.
the room
I have
before-
a real job. I
You
got to
left
get
the
back
room
to.
with like 45 seconds before we came back, bro.
He wanted me to get a reaction of Greg Silver reacting to Greg Papa saying nutted. I showed patience.
Yeah, you know what? I endorse it. I'd get loaded for that, too.
Is he referring to George Kittle?
Was he?
Casey Schmitt.
Oh, Casey Schmitt. Okay.
What, was he talking about a hit? He's talking about he nutted one?
He nutted one.
Hell yeah. I like that. I like
He
that
got both
baseball
cheeks of
talk.
that nut.
Nice. Okay. All right. All right. Don't be flexing nuts on us now, Derek, okay?
It's a real thing.
Your take like that. I mean, we know that's a real thing. I told you about that AI thing I looked up. That AI was trying to pass off an idiom as like an actual thing.
Oh, so my things like flexing nuts or there's no
They don't
pictures in
hang
the standings?
pictures in the standings. Yeah, I saw one where like this AI bot or something, somebody was chatting with it about something, and it tried to pass off a phrase, you can't lick the same beaver twice. And I was like, that for everyone's like, Wendy, that's not a thing. Second of all, yeah, you can.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Nice beaver.
Tim knows what I'm talking about.
I don't have thoughts on that.
Anyway, 808 KNBR is the number to call if you
AI
do.
is getting weird, by the way. You've seen all these like
It's over, bro. You know it's done.
Oh, yeah, they're going to kill us.
You've seen that. You've seen people have like asked AI like how they think the world will end, and it's usually like them being like, "We're taking you over."
So they have a sense of humor.
If you find it funny,
None of these people have seen Terminator or iRobot.
That's what I'm saying. Like, haven't we seen enough of this?
And iRobot wasn't that great.
Stop making them. You know what I mean? Just stop. What if we stop now? Don't we have enough
AIs?
Like what
Robots?
I'm saying is, isn't it smart enough now? Like, do we need more?
No, we don't. I don't need to see like. I don't
Unless
need
it's
to
like medical.
AI will enhance your ability to do your job. It'll enhance it so well you won't have one.
Exactly.
Yeah, dude, I don't
to
get
their
it.
jibs.
It's over. I just mean like we're done. We're cooked.
I don't need to see. I don't need to scroll social media and see like Sasquatch like vlog videos.
Will you be
Seen
somebody?
those?
Will you be? No, yeah. I've seen ones of somebody did like a fake video of a gorilla saying just fought 100 men. He's like, this is day 2 of fighting 100 men every day, 100 human men to see how I do. I'm going with this strategy today. He like talks about the different strategies he's going to use, which is pretty funny.
And they're funny, but at the same time, like, nah, come on, let real people write the damn comedy. Jesus.
That's a little bit different. I don't know. I'm wondering, like, when we get to a point where they're like, yeah, you're going to have an AI, like a bot in your house.
Well, that one guy wanted to marry a ChatGPT
He's
bot.
trying to marry his ChatGPT.
And his wife understood.
The wife sounded pretty, you kept saying that. The wife sounded pretty dejected by that whole
She
thing.
did, but like, why is she entertaining even the interview and everything?
He's already married.
I was like, I don't know. I didn't really understand. I didn't think she was understanding of it at all.
I think, she has to be a little bit to be willing to do the interview and be like, hey, yeah, my husband's a freak.
Yeah, we know. We got it. We saw. You didn't have to explain it. We didn't need her in it to tell us. To the Warriors, back to the Dubs, and what Mike Dunleavy was talking about yesterday.
Maybe the Warriors need AI to win another championship.
You can't lick the same beaver twice. Is kind of what we're getting at here. You know what I mean? Is
I hear you.
that Jimmy Butler?
Jimmy Butler's the beef in this situation?
Is he enough? Can you go? Can they run it back with virtually the same roster? And the answer is absolutely not.
No, they need more rim protection. They need more three-point shooting. And there's people on the open market that are available they could look at. But then again, Mike Dunleavy just says that it might be out of their price range. And as far as like free agents on the team right now, GP2, Kevon Looney, Jonathan Kuminga's a restricted free agent. There's club options on Keith Santos and Quentin Post. I'm assuming those will get picked up. But yeah, it's hard for me to say like what they can do or what will they do. Like I saw some people throwing out like Derek White from the Celtics if they're selling off pieces. I might not be opposed to that, and we know that Steve Kerr loves himself some Derek White over Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown.
Played him in the NBA or in the Olympics.
Exactly.
Jaylen Brown didn't even make the team.
Exactly, and Kristaps Porzingis is an option, so that would be my number one.
Oh, it worked. It worked gold.
Exactly. So who gives a damn? But yeah, I just don't know what they can do. Like when I was watching the Thunder and all of their celebrations, and Mark Daigneault talking to Scott Van Pelt, and they're just drunk off their ass like right after the Game 7 win. And Scott Van Pelt's like, this is the first time a lot of these kids have drinking alcohol before or drunk alcohol before. And he's like, yeah, like they're all like 21, 22. And I'm like, God, how could the Warriors compete with this team? I don't understand. Like, and even the Nuggets and even some of these Western Conference teams, like I don't even know if the Warriors on paper right now can beat the Houston Rockets with Kevin Durant. So they're going to have to do a lot. I just think that I understand, like, they trust in Draymond Green and Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler, but we saw them get or look really old in this past playoffs. They had a hard time against the Houston Rockets. They definitely had a hard time against the Timberwolves, even without Steph Curry and him being injured and everything. So I think the Warriors have their work cut out for them. And if I had to be realistic, I hate to be negative about the Warriors, but I do not think they'll win another championship with the Thunder being around.
Does it surprise you that the Warriors' average age was only 10th, when they were 10th youngest in the league this year?
It surprised me a little bit, but when you factor in their
right?
three out of the 5 starters were 35 plus, that's a little different. If you're going by the entire roster, yes, it looks that way. But their main guys,
the whole roster does look that way. I guess it's a little bit older. If you go by full roster, they're at 28-2. And that puts them at 29th in the league. I was mistaken on that. I was looking at the wrong category here because the youngest in the league was the Portland Trailblazers at 24.3 years old.
Yeah.
And the Oklahoma City Thunder were 24.7. So the team that just won the championship is the second youngest team in the league. And listen to the other teams that were around them in terms of age. Like, none of these teams are quality teams. Like, Brooklyn's there, Utah, Washington, Detroit, Memphis is there at 25.
Yeah.
The Bulls, the Magic, who are up and coming. The Spurs, who are not having a good year, but they'll get better this year. Toronto, and then you get to the Pacers, who are 12th. But it's like, think about all those teams in there that are not even playoff teams. They're not relevant teams because young teams don't find this level of success that OKC has already found. So to your point, I mean, they're a team that I think is going to be a force to be reckoned with in the West.
Yeah.
They're already favorites to win it again next year. They haven't had to pay everybody yet. And this is kind of the special spot where they've got to get 2 here. Their window's a little bit tight in terms of keeping this thing together. But if they get this next, I mean, they can get a next one and maybe get 2 of the next 3 potentially.
And they're still building. Like, they're still benefiting from draft picks from that trade with the Clippers over Paul George. So I just don't know what you do that you can find a way to compete with this team. And I know that Mike Dunleavy addressed it yesterday, but I have my doubts. And I believe me, I would love to see Steph Curry get a 5th championship, but I don't know when this team's around and how young they are.
Dunleavy actually mentioned OKC
Yes.
when talking about the quality of his own roster. Here's Dunleavy on whether or not the Warriors can be a championship contender while OKC is constructed the way they are.
There's been an incredible amount of parity the last 6-7 years. Multiple different champions, multiple different finalists. So I don't want to say it's wide open, but I don't think it's to the point where it was in 2016-17 with this organization, where it's really, really hard to oust a team. So Oklahoma City is really good. They're gonna they play their cards right. They're gonna be really good for a long time, and health is a part of that and certain other things. But no doubt, the regular season they had this year was incredible, and obviously making the playoff run to win the championship this year, they're gonna be the team to beat.
Yeah, the scariest team since the 2015 Warriors. That's the way I look at it. I know that some people are downplaying it and saying, like, well, they'll eventually not be able to sign their free agents. It's different now with a salary cap structure in the NBA and second aprons and all that stuff. Yeah, there will come a time. But for right now, they're not losing anybody this offseason. So, yeah, I think that they'll probably be contenders once again. I would not be the least bit surprised if they go back-to-back.
I'm not confident in the Warriors being title contenders.
Yeah.
I'm just not, based on the age. I was this past season. I was like, this is the year. I felt like you got to make that push. The way they sputtered down the stretch a bit, then the injuries in the postseason, it's tough, man. I mean, it's really, really, these NBA seasons just seem so long. And the players don't play every day anymore. And if the Warriors are in it, they've really got to manage and massage this season.
Yeah.
And the quality of the player, the length of the player, the league has evolved a lot since Steph Curry got here. It's why what LeBron has done is just incredible over this many years. I mean, when he came into the league at 23, in 2003, the league was constructed in a way that was the traditional big man center, kind of a slow, sloppy dude. Then you had a power forward who was there to rebound and pass a little bit. Then you had your guards who oftentimes were the focal point of the offenses. Your 3 or your 2 had to be able to shoot a little bit or be a slasher. You had sort of defined roles. And now it's just a completely different game. So the Warriors having the IQ level players that they do, I think Brandon Podziemski's one of those guys. That's great. Can you get by though? Is GP2 showing interest in wanting to come back? Is that the right guy? Is that the right type of player you still need to win at this level?
I would sign him back. I love Kevon Looney, Loon Dog, but I don't know if it's in the cards because I think they want a true big man this offseason. And maybe Kristaps Porzingis isn't that guy, but I think that they've gotten by long enough with just playing Draymond at the 5 or playing these not big physically dominating centers. I think they need to upgrade at that position.
Did the Warriors also play well against OKC? Didn't they match up pretty well last season?
Without Chet Holmgren.
Holmgren makes it tough.
It does.
Remember having that big foul on him a couple of years ago, too?
Yeah.
It was brutal.
I mean, I had my doubts. Even with how good the Warriors were, I did not think they were going to beat OKC.
But they didn't go unscathed through the postseason. I mean, that was a really tough series. I mean, the finals was tough for them. The Nuggets series was tough for them.
Yeah, I totally get it.
They were unscathed. So, anybody can be got. But now that they've gotten one, it does feel a little bit different in my mind because before it was always, well, are they a year too early? Are they too young? They don't have the experience, which is why these young teams, again, the second youngest team in the league by a slim margin. It's pretty incredible that they were able to win an NBA title, and win it in a Game 7 is maybe more impressive or as impressive as anything else you could do. And you have it with the MVP, who's the finals MVP, the scoring champion in Shea. You have your leader, who's still a young player but has already become a top player in the league and maybe etched his Hall of Fame status with that series win.
Right.
So I'm not writing off them winning multiple championships in the next couple of years if they're able to stay healthy. I just look at the Warriors in getting through a season healthy and having enough firepower to get it done.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really difficult. And not only OKC, just look around the rest of the West. I mean, Denver's not old. Like, how old is Jokic right now? 31 or
something like that? Yeah.
Yeah, and then I mentioned Houston, Minnesota. I mean, like the only team you could say that's probably on the Warriors level age-wise, the Western Conference, that's still going to be competitive, probably the Lakers with the 40-year-old LeBron James.
Clippers are the 28th in age. The Phoenix Suns are the oldest team in the league this year. Warriors were 29th, Clippers were 28th, Kings were 27th, and the Lakers were 21st.
Okay.
At 27 years of age.
Yeah,
but average age by usage, it was like 30. The Warriors was 30. Like, when you go to, we're talking entire rosters, like you were just mentioning. When you go to, like, how they use their players by usage and the guys who played, the Warriors are over 30. The Clippers are the oldest at 31. Lakers are second, and the Warriors are third oldest at 30 because they're all playing old veteran players.
Yeah, no. And, I mean, the Clippers with Kawhi and James Harden. I mean, look at the Dallas Mavericks. I mean, they're going to have Anthony Davis, and we don't know when Kyrie Irving's going to come back, and Klay Thompson, who's over 30. But then, they're going to be young and youthful with Cooper Flagg, who they'll draft tomorrow. So
number 2, you look so young and youth. You say youthful or fruitful?
I forget.
Number 2, and Frau, you look so...
Right. Rob Lowe's number 2.
Dude, man. Quoting Spy Who Shagged Me. How about that?
Probably my least favorite out of the trilogy.
Really? Yeah, I guess it's a lot of recycled jokes.
I would go number 1.
Mustafa's pretty good in number 2.
Yeah, no, he's very good. Fat
Food's
Bastard.
beginning to smell a little like almonds. Yeah, dude, Fat Bastard's pretty good in 2.
Yeah, but like Goldmember, I thought were like I thought Goldmember was very funny with its jokes. Second one was a lot of regurgitated jokes from the first one.
There was a lot of recycled stuff from the first one. Still, I thought 3's pretty good, dude. You get Michael Caine in there as his dad.
Oh, he sat on a turtle.
He sat.
Oh, look at you. You're a tripod, aren't you? Honestly, Austin Powers.
Kickstand. Yeah.
I know it's not underrated, but I for whatever reason, it's not talked about enough, in my opinion, when it comes to great comedies.
I'm a bigger chunks of corn in my crop.
It's a pretty funny thread in that movie. In the second one, that he's trying to eat Mini-Me.
Kind of like Ron's trying to eat you.
Dude, Ron's not trying to eat me.
Well, let's get an update. He fed you a pie last night, right?
No, I woke up this morning to a text from my guy Ron. He said,
and bite marks on your stomach.
Stop. No.
He's eating me.
Dude, Derek thinks my landlord's trying to fatten me up, my guy Ron, to eat me just because he keeps...
like the old wives' tale of Hansel and Gretel.
He thinks Ron's trying to fatten me up because he always offers me pie. You didn't have any problem sucking down that pie. As long as it's not lifting day for Derek, then I'll eat some pie.
I'm very serious about my lifting days.
I got a slice of peach pie today is what he dropped off this morning.
Nice.
You said, you want a slice of peach? I said, absolutely. Then he said, how was that a blueberry pie? I said, I shared it with the boys, with the fellas.
There you go. Okay.
Derek had to wait.
Does Ron know about my...
about your lifting schedule? No, he's not aware.
Or my theory?
That he wants to eat me?
Yes.
No, he doesn't know about that. Speaking of...
And then they're going to eat me. Oh, my God!
Troll 3 called out.
What do you know about Trolls? Is Trolls 2 or Trolls 3?
Trolls 3, 2.
Yeah. One of the worst movies of all time.
I'm gonna eat you.
They're gonna eat me. Oh my God.
That's got a fly on his face.
So stupid. So dumb. It's a Tuesday on Dirty Work. Our favorite days of the week.
Hey, we still got a grab bag.
The NBA grab bag's coming your way in about 25 minutes at 3:15 plus. Tim's.
That's so long.
Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia. He begged for it. He pissed himself for it. So we honor the P, and we give Tim his own segment.
We honor
coming
the
up
P.
at 4:15. When we come on back, this was sort of weird. Murph noted this morning, too. What was weirder, Tony hanging up on the Mexican-American dream or Brandon Ayuk's tweet? What's more confusing about why that went down?
Yeah, I don't know about
Brandon
this.
Ayuk with a weird tweet the other day. We'll talk about this. You pose a good question here, Derek. Who stays longer in the Bay Area? Brandon Ayuk or Jonathan Kuminga? One's a restricted free agent. One is under contract. And just tweeting weird stuff. We'll get into it next. Dirty Work, greatest show in America. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Nice beaver.
Thank you. I just had it stuffed.
Let me help you with that.
Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
That's a good one.
Actual audio of my landlord, Ron, trying to eat me.
I love that one, and I love the slide whistle from Madlock.
Yeah, for the whistle. We don't play that one enough.
It's just so goofy, like hijinks. Yep. It's just like, hey, what the hell? Someone threw another ball on the field?
I guess it works there. I guess if you thought that was funny, like Derek did.
Yeah.
Some people are very upset with you.
What, you cut off Mexican-American Dream? You cut off Mexican-American Dream? That's dirty work.
Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, we got to do this because Tim won't stop bitching and moaning. We got to give away our ticket here. Or our giveaway is what we got to do.
Yeah.
We were giving away tickets.
I mentioned it once?
Yeah. We're giving away tickets.
Come on, we still got 2 minutes.
To go see Neil Young at Shoreline on September 12th. We're going to give away 2 tickets to everybody, but when you win, you'll qualify to get 2 VIP club access tickets plus an autographed album. So if you win these, you'll be entered to win, plus you get the tickets to go to the concert anyway. All you got to do is tune in between 3 and 6. Be caller 10 when you hear the cue to call. Caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR wins these tickets, and you'll qualify for that grand prize furnished by Live Nation. Get the rules at KNBR.com. Neil Young coming to Shoreline. Tim, what's the cue to call? That's going to be the cue to call.
No, that's not the real one.
All right, what's the cue to call?
George, you've got Danielle. Forget about Neil. You've out-Neiled him.
So I'm Neil. How did I do that?
I don't know, but you better keep it up.
I'm gonna go meet Danielle. There's a new Neil in town.
So you listen to that for Neil Young tickets.
So listen to that. You hear that. Caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR wins the Neil Young tickets, and then you'll be qualified for the grand prize of VIP club access and the autographed album. Don't forget, it's his new stuff, Talking to the Trees.
Which is also the autobiography of Aaron Rodgers in his last year with the Steelers.
Yeah. Well, Rodgers saying that today. Yeah, I think it's likely
that's
my
not
last
news.
Season.
I'm sorry. You know I love football stuff in the offseason, but, like, that's not news. Like, Rappaport and Schefter being like, that's major news. No, it's not. We all could guess this could be Rodgers' last season this year.
Well, I'm wondering what, like, I was thinking about this after that news came out today. If after the last game that he plays this year, whenever that may be, when he walks up the field, that'll be the first question they ask him is, was this it? Are you retiring now? And he'll say, I'll probably make that decision in the coming days. And if he says coming days,
stop it.
We'll all know that he's gone, right? Because we're all like, he would carry this thing out till next August if he could.
Well, my question is, will there ever come a point where they're not playing well, where Mike Tomlin would be like, I want to see a little bit of Will Howard?
Maybe. Like, will football move on from him before he moves on from football?
That'd be rough. And, of course, Aaron Rodgers probably wouldn't handle that, very well. But he loves Mike Tomlin. So, I don't know. I'm expecting, the last game they play, Week 18, I think it's against the Ravens. That'll be his last game in the league.
Speaking of football, Brandon Ayuk of the 49ers put out a weird tweet. Do you have that tweet in front of you, or is it in the notes here?
It's not in front of me. Sorry, did I not include it in here?
He posted on his YouTube channel.
Yeah, it's not a tweet. It's just like, I guess you can leave comments on YouTube.
It's really weird. He put up on YouTube, like on his channel, it was a post on YouTube, which makes the whole thing even more obscure.
Yeah.
He says, quote, talking about trading me while I was off Percocets/muscle relaxers and peeing in a cup by my bed. Sounds like a Tim Saturday. Couldn't walk for 10 weeks and ain't nobody trading for me. Talking about trading me while I was off Percocets and muscle relaxers and peeing in a cup by my bed. Couldn't walk for 10 weeks, ain't nobody trading for me. And then I think he had like a laughing, crying emoji on it, too.
He did, and also he had some earlier tweets this offseason. I forget what they are at the top of my head, but they basically kind of signal that he's not happy with the 49ers. And this is well documented this offseason that the
He's not happy with the 49ers.
Well, they're not happy with him with how contract negotiations went this time last year.
It's serious. That's what I'm saying. Like, what does he have to not be happy with? They were going to trade you, and you decided to sign.
If it wasn't for Kyle Shanahan out of a rom-com being like, I need him, and running upstairs to John Lynch being like, don't make that phone call.
Yeah, don't make the call.
Don't get on that plane.
Yeah, dude, so I'm just like, he didn't have to say yes to the deal. He could have said yes to the trade or to multiple other teams.
Exactly. But now he's injured, and he is right. I don't think that there was any way possible that the 49ers were going to get a trade done this offseason with him being injured.
No.
But now he acts like, how dare they disrespect me while I'm trying to pee in a cup and I'm off Percocets. Percocets.
Well, maybe they were shopping. I mean, he would know. Like if his agent's aware that they are shopping,
They probably were.
and they were asking around to seeing if there was any interest and maybe what they could get for him and what the value would be. And this sort of brings me back to the thing that David Lombardi said at the end of last season. And I thought this was a really interesting note. I didn't know if it was insight or if it was a take that he had, but this is something we discussed on the air. That if the 49ers last year viewed last season as like the last iteration, and they must have, of that team that went to the Super Bowl in 2023, for the 24 before the final go at it in 2024. McCaffrey then doesn't play. Trent Williams gets hurt. You've got injuries all over. Fred Warner's playing with like a broken ankle all season, right?
Yeah.
You've got all that stuff going down. Brandon Ayuk has the holdout, and then he ends up getting hurt and tearing his ACL. If you viewed last season as like, okay, we're going to pay Ayuk, we'll just do this to get it done and just go all in for this last hurrah with this team. And it's pretty obvious that's how they viewed it based on the exodus of players this offseason, right? They had to retool and rebuild in a lot of different facets and phases of the game. If they viewed it that way, serves to reason that they might have thought, we'll bite the bullet and pay Ayuk for this year and pay him whatever we have to pay him up front. And then a lot of that money kicked in a little bit later. And if you're projecting, okay, if he has even a portion of the season that he had a year ago, he'll be an attainable piece for somebody else. There's already multiple teams that were interested in acquiring him, right? So if there are those teams already interested in acquiring him, doesn't it serve to reason that next year, this is after 2024, they could be thinking, well, that wide receiver market's going to go up.
You mean 2026?
I was thinking for this offseason now.
Yeah. Okay.
So after the season that we just had, if he were healthy, they could be saying to themselves, if there were teams that wanted him this year, why wouldn't they want him next year if he's the same caliber player? And won't he be a better deal financially based on the way that position groups go up year after year? I think it's fantastic logic if that's what they were thinking. Then he gets hurt, and that all goes out the window, and you lose all of that potential value because, as we talked about this offseason when there were rumors about maybe, or not rumors, we discussed would they trade him when they were shopping Deebo Samuel. Our thought was kind of like, if you were my team trading for this player, I would be infuriated. Who would acquire a player who's dealing with what Ayuk is dealing with? He wasn't good when he came in last year. He was out of shape. Obviously wasn't in football shape, wasn't sharp, and then ends up being hurt, and we don't know what his status is after that, and you've already paid him. This is why guys hold out, and I get it. It's also a terrible situation for the Niners to be in.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think that when this was going on a year ago, I wasn't on the show yet, but behind the scenes, I was saying the only way they can do this is if they get a wide receiver in return in the trade. And that was not going to happen. The Pittsburgh Steelers were not going to put another wide receiver in the deal. Same thing with the Cleveland Browns, maybe with Mari Cooper.
Well, remember the talk was that they were going to turn around and try to acquire, what's his name from the Broncos?
Yeah, it was. Cortland Sutton.
And then I was intrigued by that. I was like, oh, if you get a pick for Ayuk from the Steelers and then you turn around and you get Sutton, I was like, oh, I'm kind of intrigued by that.
But apparently they offered a 4th-round pick, and Sean Payton was like, I don't want to do that deal.
Oh.
Yeah. So if that was the deal, like if they got Cortland Sutton, then you would probably say goodbye to Ayuk. I agree with you, Copes. If he's not injured right now, I don't think he's on the football team.
I'm with you. Yeah.
I think that there was enough people that were interested. The New England Patriots were offering him, I think, $32 million a year, and he was like, I don't want to play there. And now once you sign the contract, it's out of your hands. So I want to be the least bit surprised. And also, let's not forget that the New England Patriots signed Stephon Diggs, who tore his ACL as well, but he's on a faster path to coming back and playing, and he's also a free agent. It was easier to acquire him than trading for Brandon Ayuk.
I think the Ayuk damage to his knee was two different ligaments, wasn't it? So it's a little bit different. Yeah.
Absolutely. And we have no idea when Brandon Ayuk's going to come back. So with Jamar Chase resetting the wide receiver market and Terry McLaurin getting a deal this offseason, most likely before training camp, yes, he'll have 2 years left on his deal after this season. And unless Brandon Ayuk has an amazing season where he's a difference maker in the postseason and they get a significant playoff run, I doubt he's on the football team next year.
Not to mention, the team was pissed.
Yes.
At the end of it, they were pissed. Like, you remember Lynch coming out and being like, we're done with this.
Yep.
Do it today or we're done.
Yeah.
And how many times have we seen John Lynch do that?
No, that was an amazing press conference. I remember we were taking it live, and I was like, he's gone by tomorrow. I think Larry Krueger was doing Niners Nightly at the time. He was like, I would anticipate Brandon Ayuk to get traded tomorrow. And it was that close to being done, and then we all know the story of Kyle Shanahan saying, no, he said, okay, he'll take the first offer we had on the table. Let's just do this thing. So they begrudgingly gave the contract, and now they have buyer's remorse. So, yes, I think that if we're going to compare the two between Jonathan Kuminga and Brandon Ayuk, Jonathan Kuminga is a restricted free agent. I have my doubts that other teams will give him an offer sheet. And if nobody does, then he is automatically a unrestricted free agent. I don't know what the timetable is for that, but if no one gives him an offer sheet, then he becomes an unrestricted free agent. He can go into free agency, but then the Warriors can negotiate with him. My thing with Jonathan Kuminga is I'm only willing to give you a 1-year contract after that point.
Yeah.
Because I want to see what you do.
I want to know what he's capable of playing. Like, we don't know. Will he be any form of the player that he was 2 years ago?
I'm talking about Jonathan Kuminga.
Oh, you're saying Kuminga?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you were saying Ayuk.
No, I don't think Jonathan Kuminga's done anything to warrant a contract.
I don't think he's
offseason.
going to. Well, he's going to get one though.
From who?
From somebody. He's a restricted free agent. He'll either be a Warrior or he'll be on somebody else's team.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Like, unless someone
he's not going to not play basketball.
No, of course not. But what I'm saying though is, if some team doesn't give him an offer sheet and they're like, "We're willing to get you in a trade," but if no one's willing to give him a max deal that he's looking for that other people in his draft class got, I think the Warriors have to come back to him and say, all right, what are you willing to do? Like, what? How long are you looking willing? Like, everything that Monty Poole said in his that podcast he did with Bonte was like, they're willing to bring Jonathan Kuminga back, but not for the long term.
But he won't have much of a say if they bring him back. If nobody makes him an offer, gives him an offer sheet, he won't have much of a say of what he makes, will he?
Well, but then he'll be an unrestricted free agent, then he could test the waters.
You mean after this year?
Yeah. Well, no. It's weird. I looked at it, but he becomes an unrestricted free agent immediately if no one gives him an offer sheet this offseason. I don't know what the timetable is with that.
The Warriors don't have to match it, though, right? He can still reach an agreement with the Warriors. They own his rights.
Yes. So when you do the restricted free agency period, if a team offers him a contract, the Warriors have to match it, and then they can decide, well, we don't want to pay that amount of money, and he goes to the Detroit Pistons or whoever. If no one gives him an offer sheet, there's a time period where then he becomes an unrestricted free agent and then can test the waters everywhere on his own. So the Warriors could just keep his rights and say, okay, no one gave you an offer sheet. Do you want to do? You want to be?
Here's the way it goes.
Yeah.
I got it for you here.
Okay,
here's the way it works. There are 5 basic options for a restricted free agent.
Okay.
You can accept the team's prior qualifying offer and play out the season and become a free agent next summer. I don't think there's any way as a restricted free agent you just become a free agent right now.
I read he can immediately, but maybe I'm wrong on that one.
I can't, because otherwise then what's the point of restricted free agency?
Yeah. No.
Then you're not a restricted free agent. Then nobody would ever sign any deal, and then you go wherever you want.
But then what money is he making this season?
Whatever the Warriors offer him. That's
Okay,
my
all
point.
right.
That's what I mean. Is he's restricted. He can't become an unrestricted free agent.
Okay, all right.
That's next season. He must play at least one more year here or sit on the bench. But the point is, your team gets to keep you, and you have to retain some of that. You want to build that value back. So if he comes back, he's coming back. That's what I mean is they hold the cards because he didn't play well. If you outplay the contract, then you run the risk of somebody else offering you a mega deal. Then your current team either has to match that deal or reach an agreement to move on from you. So here are the 5 basic options.
Okay.
He can accept his team's qualifying offer and play out the season and become a free agent next summer. Accept his team's maximum qualifying offer where applicable and play under the long-term deal. Negotiate a new contract with the original team that is independent of the qualifying or the max qualifying deal. Sign an offer sheet with another team through March 1st, which his original team has an opportunity to match, or negotiate a sign and trade if he has signed an offer sheet with another team. If there is no qualifying offer, contract, or offer signed for 1 year, the original team can submit a new qualifying offer, and the player will be a restricted free agent next summer as well.
Gotcha. Okay.
He does not become an unrestricted free agent. He can't. You have to earn that right.
That's what I thought initially, but then I read something where he could, but I guess I got the wrong information.
This is per NBA.com's free agency page.
Gotcha. Okay, then with all that knowledge, I would say if someone offers him a 3-year deal, I would let him walk in free agency and go to that team. If someone offers him a 2-year deal, then maybe I have a conversation with Kuminga and see what you want to do. If the bottom line, though, if no one offers or gives an offer sheet to Jonathan Kuminga, I would just let it ride out and say, you're playing with us for 1 year, and then we'll go from there. That's all I would do. So in this scenario, I think it's kind of equal. I hate to push, but I'm like, I think it's the same timetable where Jonathan Kuminga and Brandon Ayuk are probably going to be here for one more season. Now, Jonathan Kuminga, I would say probably could be here longer. I have doubts about Brandon Ayuk after this season.
Yeah, I think it just depends on how much he plays and how well he plays.
Right.
I mean, if he doesn't play well, the Niners might just be kind of stuck with him.
Yeah.
Unless they cut him at some point. You know what I mean? But I don't think you'd do that.
They very well could cut him as well.
They could do that, but you have to really underplay his contract coming off of injury. We'll see.
And that could happen.
I think all that's on the table.
Yeah.
I think Kuminga's here longer than Ayuk.
If I had to say one of them, yes, I would say Jonathan Kuminga with just the way that Joe Lacob loves him and, you know, the potential there. Yeah, I probably would lean towards Jonathan Kuminga.
And then 4 and 5 Chickson says the qualifying offer for Kuminga right now is $10.2 million. So he can reject that qualifying offer if he doesn't think he's going to get more than that.
All right.
And then the team has a right to submit a new qualifying offer. If they don't reach a 1-year deal, they have to reach at least a 1-year deal or he's got to sign a contract separate or sign a qualifying offer. If he doesn't, they can submit a new qualifying offer, and then he's restricted again for next year.
Gotcha.
So he has no right. If he doesn't reach a deal, he's kind of screwed for next year, too, because then the team can just be like, well,
that's true.
You're restricted for us again next year, and we'll just run this back. So he doesn't really have much leverage at all, unless a team makes an offer.
It's kind of complicated, but is it as less complicated as your story of how you obtained the grab bag?
Well, dude, you jump right into it.
I'm sorry.
So Tim remembers. I mean, I was going to set it up, but you just sort of crapped all over it. Tim remembers. It's not funny when you tee me up to give you the story. Every week we do the NBA grab bag. It shows up. I'll tell you the story next week then, because Derek, you tried to pull the rug out from under. There's no bit if you're like, hey, like how you got the grab bag. Like, then there's no bit. And I had one too. I had a good one.
I'm sorry.
Too late. We'll do it next week, I guess. The grab bag is next. We'll do it only here on the Sports Leader.
1045 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Brian Kenny going to join us from MLB Network coming up at 3:50.
Nice.
Giants pregame tonight, 5:45 against the Fish coming to town. Cal Quantrill going up against Justin Verlander tonight.
The hated Fish.
Hated Fish.
Well,
longtime rivals.
Playoff history.
At 97 and 03.
Yep.
Giants 0-2 against the Fish in the postseason. It's sweet night for the KNBR crew. I guess a bunch of people are going out to the suite tonight.
Yeah.
Not my peeps. Is Young Tone going? Because if he's going, I'm out.
I think he will be there.
I'm out. I'm not going.
Okay.
You won't find me there. Are you going?
That's the only reason. I'm a game time decision.
I'm not going. Yeah.
Okay.
Young Tone in, me Cope's out.
All right.
Not after what he did to the Dream.
You know where I'm going to be tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Where?
You have a pretty good idea, right?
I had no clue. Where are you going?
It's Tuesday.
Karaoke, of course.
Tim doesn't do anything on Tuesdays.
By the way, you know who won't be around for not the Giants, but AAA? Bryce Eldridge out for a month with a hamstring strain.
Wow. Tough deal.
Yeah.
Bryce Eldridge out for a month with a hamstring strain.
Yeah.
Get that swing right there, Bryce. So I'm not going to the suite. Are you going tonight?
Like I said, I'm a game time decision.
You're a game time decision. Tim and I we were in the suite on Sunday. As Buco Sports, by the way, checks in, says nobody from KNBR went to Metallica this weekend. Marcus went to Metallica. So did overnight Dave. Marcus and Dave went.
Yeah, and also our guy, honorary filth, Baby Huey,
Baby
was
Huey
there all weekend.
He was there all weekend.
Marcus, Metallica, Raider fans got sick together.
Yeah,
told me that Fred Durst was starting to look like a little bit like a Smurf.
So Tim and I,
Biscuit was out there.
Tim and I were in the suite on Sunday with our guy B. Smith. Marcus was there. Maria was there. We had a great time, dude. And Tim, do you remember when I broke away for a minute? That the woman who was like serving came to talk to me.
Yeah, you kind of disappeared for a second.
I disappeared for a minute because this woman came up. She's like, "Mr. Copeland, can I talk to you for a second?"
Okay.
I said, "Yeah, what's going on?" What's going on? She said, "I need you to take this with you when you leave." I said, "Take what with me?" She said, "Come with me." She walked me down the hall. We went to the kitchen, dude. Went back to this other little hallway. Dude, I wish it was a pie. It was sitting in the back of the kitchen on the suite level at Oracle Park. She thought I was doing the show from there today. I said, I'm not. I'm doing the show here at the studio. It was the NBA grab bag.
See?
We do it each and every week.
You still got it in.
The NBA grab bag, and it starts like this.
The NBA grab bag. NBA grab
It's
Nicely done, Copes.
It's a big old potato sack looking thing, and on the side it's got two words. It's more of a stencil.
Yeah, we got it.
It's got an acronym and two words. It says NBA grab bag.
We got it.
That's what it says.
It's hefty today. It's a hefty sack in the old NBA grab bag, and let's start off like we always do with some hockey.
NBA grab bag.
Congratulations to 15-year San Jose Shark Joe Thornton as he was named to the 2025 Hockey Hall of Fame class.
Hell yeah, dude. 15 years with the Sharks, is that right?
Yes, it is. Tim, your thoughts?
Oh, man, Joe Thornton, I mean, he was the best player that I ever saw play. For that, I mean, they were just so good. And what he could do with just passing, his passing ability alone was just something to behold. It really took me, because when he came to the Sharks, I was much younger. I thought it was all about goal scoring, and it's not. It is so much about that pass. The pass is almost more important. Love Joe Thornton. Love the beard. Love the whole thing. I love this man.
Won himself an MVP at one point. Got himself the Hart Award there. He 3 different times led the league in assists. Led the league in points back in 05, 06, don't you know, Tim?
I mean, I don't think the Sharks, I know for a fact they haven't had a 100-point score other than Erik Karlsson. And by the way, Jonathan Chichu won the trophy that year for scoring the most goals.
Good old
It was all
Chichu.
Joe Thornton. Joe Thornton's unbelievable.
Good stuff there.
Jumbo.
Congrats to Jumbo Joe Thornton. Dude, he had 96 assists that year, 29 goals, 125 points, and then he followed it up the next season. After that was the year he was acquired from Boston, 05, 06. Follows it up the next year with another 114 points and 92 assists. 3 straight seasons led the league in assists.
God, I wish they had won the cup that year against Pittsburgh. Oh, man.
That was rough. That was rough. Moving on the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
To some actual NBA trades happened last night and today. Boston Celtics have traded Drew Holiday to the Portland Trail Blazers for Anthony Simons and 2 second-round picks. So like I said, the Boston Celtics are shedding salary, and we'll see if they move potentially Derek White or Kristaps Porzingis, or even Jaylen Brown is on the table.
And by the way, more trades went down in the NBA.
Yes, the New Orleans Pelicans traded C.J. McCollum, Kelly Olynyk, and a future second-round pick for Washington Wizards' Jordan Poole, Sadiq Bey, and the number 40 pick.
How about that? Jordan Poole getting the contract from the Dubs and getting moved to the Wiz. Then the Wiz turn around, they flip him to Portland, and we're going to see more of Jordan Poole.
No, in New Orleans.
Excuse me, New Orleans. Pelicans did. Portland made the trade earlier in the day.
So
for Drew
him
Holiday.
and Zion You think Zion? God, if Zion punches Jordan Poole in the face during practice, probably kill him.
That might be it, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if anybody else is going to punch Jordan Poole in the face. I kind of think that was a Draymond thing.
I think it'd be very cartoony. Like if Zion did it, he would come out of his shoes and just be like, like something like Space Jam, where he just like catapults to the top of it. Yeah, exactly.
That's it, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a weird trade. And C.J. McCollum is so funny. He's been with the Pelicans for a few seasons now. I remember him most with Portland, but he tweeted out a couple of minutes ago, I guess I'm gonna blame me for this trade. I'm getting blamed for the tariffs as well.
What, Sadiq Bey?
No, C.J. McCollum.
Oh, C.J. McCollum, that he's getting blamed for the tariffs
yeah,
too?
he was joking around.
I don't understand the riff.
Just like people are blaming him, like, so why are you getting traded to New Orleans? What the hell's going on
They're
here?
mad at him for getting traded. Oh, you mean when he ended up in New Orleans?
No, trading him from New Orleans to Washington.
People are mad at him?
I guess, yeah.
I don't understand. I don't get the tariff riff, CJ.
All right.
I don't get it.
Yeah, either way.
NBA grab
Moving on the NBA
I don't
grab
get
bag.
what his riff was.
Yeah, just talking about the tariffs. Mike Florio.
Stick to sports, all
Yeah,
right?
maybe. Mike Florio and Pablo Torre partnered together on a scoop.
Very weird, yeah.
To reveal that the NFL and the NFLPA managed to conceal a landmark ruling in a collusion case against the league. In a 61-page document, it was found that there is little question that the NFL Management Council, with the blessing of the commissioner, encouraged all 32 teams to reduce guarantees in veteran contracts after March 2022 during the owners' league meetings. This took place after Deshaun Watson was given a fully guaranteed contract. NFLPA President C.J. Treader basically went along with this, so Lamar Jackson, Russell Wilson, and Kyler Murray did not receive fully guaranteed deals. He also referred to Wilson as a wuss in a document.
Okay, so just to
Did you call me a wuss?
Called Russell Wilson a wuss.
So to sort of surmise this,
Yes.
there was a third-party investigation into the NFL and the NFL owners, and the Players Association was a part of this, to find out whether or not the owners colluded to withhold guaranteed money from veteran players. And it happened at the owners' meetings following Deshaun Watson getting that fully guaranteed deal. So shortly after that, these other quarterbacks won fully guaranteed contracts, and they were not handed out. Guys like Russell Wilson, Kyler Murray, and Lamar Jackson. And Lamar negotiated his own contract.
Yes, he did.
They all wanted fully guaranteed money like Deshaun got, and we're like, nobody else is doing that. So the NFL Players Association was involved in this because they had been pushing for money to be all guaranteed in contracts when handed out. They don't like this nonsense where there's, it's X dollar amount and you're getting this AAV, but only X amount of that dollars are guaranteed.
Right.
They want the guaranteed money to be the upfront money, put all this money out, show us what's guaranteed. They want that up front. As a fan, I would kind of like that too. I would kind of like that.
Yeah, I get that.
So real quick, they didn't get what they wanted there. The NFL, this is just going to go away. The NFL is not releasing this report, or they did not want to release this report because it makes them look bad. However, this arbiter who came in and looked at all this third party said, even though I know that the NFL asked the owners to do this, there's no evidence to support the owners actually having done this. That remains debatable.
Yes.
Now, but for this arbiter to say, based on my investigation, I don't believe that it was acted upon by the owners, and therefore, what can you do?
Look,
that's kind of the way it is.
I'm all for journalism. I'm all for uncovering the truth, but I also think that this will not really be that big of a deal. I know that Pablo Torre and Mike Florio are tweeting
a little too close to turdy.
Exactly, they're tweeting nonstop, being like, "How come Schefter's not talking about this? How come Rappaport's not talking?" Because they work for the league. They basically work for the league, and they're not going to get into muddy waters with Roger Goodell and all that stuff. So I get why they release this information. Totally understand it. I don't think it's going to go anywhere because at the end of the day, fans don't really care. They don't care about fully guaranteed contracts. I think players will, but at the same time, I don't think you could give out fully guaranteed contracts in the NFL. It's really hard to do. I understand it in baseball. I understand it in basketball. It's a really hard thing to give out in the NFL, so that's why I'm sure Jimmy Haslam, the owner of the Browns, is hated by all the other 31 owners.
It's why I think they came down immediately and they were like, we can't have this happen.
Yes.
We're not going to do this. And I think the owners were like, well, you don't have to collude. We weren't going to do this anyway.
Exactly.
I think that's kind of the point is the owners were like, we weren't going to give them all this guaranteed money. Anyway, Haslam's an idiot.
But it is a little shady that the president of the NFL Players Association, J.C. Treader, who's a former player, was like, I'll go along with you guys.
Yeah, sure. It is odd.
Very
and called
odd.
Russell Wilson a wuss, which is
Called him a
funny.
wuss. Moving on to the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Speaking of fully guaranteed contracts, funny enough, Travis Hunter He got a 4-year, $46 million fully guaranteed contract as a rookie, very different. So it's a 4-year deal, and his $30 million signing bonus is given all up front, and it's the first of its kind for a non-quarterback. And when they released this information, the Jaguars sent out 2 tweets saying wide receiver Travis Hunter signed his new contract and defensive back Travis Hunter signed his contract.
It's one of the more intriguing stories we've ever had for the start of an NFL season. I mean, how will a two-way player, truly two-way, in the way they're planning to use him, and what does truly two-way mean? What does it look like? I mean, can you do it both ways? It's funny. Everybody who analyzes this and says, I don't know if he can play both ways. It'd be too hard to do it in the NFL. Everybody who's saying they don't know if it's possible never had the ability that he has to do it on both sides of the ball. Like, they're saying he has defensive back Hall of Fame caliber type skills for a young player, and he's a plus wide receiver. So I'm tantalized by what type of superstar this guy is going to be in the NFL. It would be incredible if at some point maybe he doesn't do them both. Maybe it doesn't work, but I don't even care or like the analysis of NFL experts or guys who have played saying this is impossible because of this or this will work because of this. Nobody has done it at the level he's looking to do it.
That's why he is the most intriguing prospect to come out of college football in quite some time. I don't know if it's going to work, but I'm very interested to see how this goes.
It's pretty cool.
I have my doubts. I definitely have my doubts, but no one's done it like he's done it in college football as well. So,
Tim, what a surprise Derek has doubts, by the way.
I know, and it's doubts, and he wants more.
Never doubt, never a lack of doubt from Derek.
You know my favorite Philip Seymour Hoffman movie?
Along Came Polly, yeah. Go ahead. Moving on to the NBA grab bag.
Moving on to the NBA grab bag. Yesterday was the groundbreaking ceremony for the A's in Las Vegas, as we talked about with Susan Slusser. That featured an elevated baseball stadium and not an actual shovel in the ground.
It was like a big cake. It was like a dirt cake.
It was a big old cake. The heavy equipment staged behind A's owner John Fisher at the groundbreaking, so like all of the cranes and whatnot, that was all rented as props for the day. It is not being used in the actual construction.
This is
insane.
This is overwhelming.
If you
this is
stick
why
your
I have
shovel
my doubts.
in dirt and then wheel said dirt out of the building, it's not a groundbreaking.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's cosplay. Call it what it is.
They cosplayed a groundbreaking ceremony.
Hey, we got cranes. We got heavy equipment. No, you don't. You rented it.
By the way, real quick, Derek, does that mic from Tim sound better today to you?
It does a little bit.
Dude, thank God for young Tony. I'm getting that, making sure the engineer.
Greasy wheel, man.
Yeah, I mean.
All right, last
Squeaky
one.
wheel gets
NBA grab
Did Tim
bag.
say greasy wheel?
Yeah, I was thinking of the heavy equipment. I'm sorry. Just pissed off about this whole thing. They wheeled that dirt out. Oh, we broke ground.
I know.
No, you didn't.
They just dump it out on the dirt on top of it.
Yeah, a big cake, okay?
Last one, the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Netflix announced yesterday that season 2 of Quarterback with Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, and Kirk Cousins will return on July 8th.
Yeah, I'm into it. I really liked season 1 of Quarterback.
Yes.
I thought it was cool. Interesting that Kirk Cousins in it again.
Well, even more interesting because we're going to see him lose his job. The 3 interesting things you're going to see in this is Joe Burrow not make the postseason with an all-time quarterback season. You're going to see Jared Goff throw 3 interceptions in a playoff game to lose. And you'll see Kirk Cousins be benched for Michael Penix.
Yeah, dude, this will be a fun quarterback season, I think. Also, I like the way the trailer ends. It's Kirk Cousins like standing in his kitchen with some buddies, and he's drinking a Roy Rogers, and he goes, "Oh, I really earned this Roy Rogers."
You can fit in with the Thunder.
I was like, "Jeez, dude."
All their players don't drink.
Him shopping at Kohl's and drinking Roy Rogers, dude. You gotta love Kirk Cousins.
And I also like this is kind of like the new thing, like a tradition.
Reading Goodnight Moon to his kids.
Yeah, exactly. Coop and the fires outside their house. But no, this is like a good tradition in the off season where you get this show, Netflix, and then training camp comes around. I kind of like it.
See Joe Burrow get his house broken into.
That actually will come up. Come up on the show.
Remember that, dude? There was that whole ring.
Yep.
Broke into his house. We're done with the grab bag.
And that's your main grab. Well, there's more. We can save it for the dial, which is no way related to the grab bag.
All right. Close to the same thing.
All right. We'll save it for the dial later this week.
Oh my God.
Dirty work on a Tuesday afternoon. That is an NBA grab bag. Still to come in about 45 minutes. Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia. Brian Kenny of MLB Network's going to join us at 3:50, mostly because he had a deep dive. He dug in, as he says on his show on MLB Network. He dug in on the Rafael Devers trade. He discussed the trade and why he thinks the Red Sox did the right thing. He doesn't think the Giants are getting a top player in Rafael Devers. We'll talk about that next, and then we'll talk to him at 3:50. Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader. Kenny on the Devers trade. This is a couple of minutes long. It's 2 different parts. We'll get them both to you. Here were his original thoughts on the Devers trade.
The Red Sox absolutely did the right thing in trading Rafael Devers. They moved boldly and decisively and set the correct tone for their entire organization. The Red Sox have become a club known for a certain level of drama. This eliminates drama and dysfunction and gives them a good deal of positional and financial flexibility. Fans might be upset, but trading Devers at the point they all found themselves finally was absolutely the right move. An overused word in modern baseball is culture, but it's a real thing. Think of where the Red Sox are right now in real time. The future is arriving. Roman Anthony, Christian Campbell, Marcelo Meyer, Jarren Duran, Wilyer Abreu, they're still young. They play hard. Garrett Crochet, excellent year one for the Red Sox. He's only 26. It's a young club, but one that could go in a number of different directions. Remember this play on Sunday Night Baseball 2 weeks ago? It was in the middle of the Red Sox playing hard-nosed baseball, coming back against the Yankees, when Devers ended an inning by quitting as he ran up the first base line. I'm sorry, he shut it down. Check out the reaction from Alex Cora. Hey, you okay? Meaning, I'm thinking you're hurt because otherwise you clearly don't care. That's what he's saying. The Red Sox could not allow that attitude to fester through a young clubhouse that is only starting to develop. They needed to clear that out. Also, the massive contract extension that they gave Devers was an overpay. The Red Sox traded Mookie Betts in 2020. They let Bogarts walk after not making the 2022 postseason. They felt pressure to not let Devers also leave town. But he's one of the worst fielding third basemen in the league. So you're left with what? A 28-year-old DH making over $30 million a year in year 2 of a 10-year deal. That's a big problem. Now, on May 13th, I did a workup on Devers' trade value, anticipating a trade a month ago. But I said that contract would be tough to move. And it was. Devers makes Harper and Machado money, but he's not a top 5 hitter. He's not a top 20 player. He's not a top 10 player. He's a top 30 player.
Your thoughts?
I mean, I disagree that he's not talking player is sort of arbitrary to me because there are very few guys who do so much great on both sides of the ball, right? I mean, Shohei Ohtani last year, everybody still would have said best player in the world last year. Absolutely best player. And I go, I didn't do anything but DH, right? But they've deferred that money. When he pitches, obviously, it changes the way you view him. Aaron Judge is a Gold Glove caliber outfielder. Like, he's the best player in the game right now.
Okay.
On both sides of the ball, that's kind of the way I see it. So to say that Devers is not a top 10 or a top 15 player because he's only a DH, it's something I would have argued a decade ago and beyond that. But now DHs are part of the game. And it's interesting to say that the Red Sox overvalued him because if you're giving that long of a deal and some of that money's deferred, I think it's kind of on par with where the deals are going across baseball. To say that they got pressured into doing that deal, I don't deny that either. I think that's where a lot of teams get or go when they end up having to pay a player of that caliber. Had they paid that money to Mookie Betts, would anybody have said that was outrageous a couple of years back? Mookie Betts, probably a better all-around player. But Rafael Devers is one of like 3 guys in the game who've had a 900 OPS over the last 5 seasons consecutively. And it's like him and Judge and Ohtani or something like that, right? Only those guys have done it at that level for that period of time. So how can you put him in that class as a hitter but say, well, because he's not a plus fielder, even though at the time he brought a glove to the yard. And by the way, they're the ones who made him a DH. So to say you've overvalued him, they didn't make him a DH when they gave him that contract. They made him a DH when they decided to try to get better and add Alex Bregman.
Right.
That said, to say players like this aren't special and that they should just do what they're told, I'm in agreement that you should be doing whatever the team asks of you. I also think that the Red Sox botched how they handled this in saying, guys are special. Players are different. Barry Bonds had a different level of responsibility when he was on the Giants, and you let it go because of what it is that he gives your team. To comp him to Barry is unfair, and he hasn't done anything like that in the league to this point relative to that of the type of player that Barry Bonds was. My point is, when you hand a guy a contract, you're telling him we view you differently than we view your peers. Otherwise, everybody'd make the same amount of money, right? It's not a communist free agent market. You know what I mean? In baseball, guys are going to get better contracts than other players. So, I understand saying it was frustrating for the Red Sox, and this was not handled well. We all will never know the entirety of what went on inside, but I don't think the organization. I think the organization, if they think they did the right thing for themselves because they didn't want to deal with this anymore, that's fine. My issue is that they made their bed, and Rafael Devers has to take the brunt of what it is that they want to say because they then started asking him for something different than what he had initially been asked to do. Do you agree with him saying, I'm not doing that? No, I don't really. But they also kind of made their beds, and they've got to lay in it.
And to be fair, that's a portion of what Brian Kenny said. So he starts off by saying, I totally acknowledge that the Boston Red Sox botched this whole situation.
Also, one of the best hitters in their team's franchise history and most expensive was a DH.
Yeah.
So to say, like, you're devaluing a player because he's a designated hitter, the Red Sox valued DH. That was, like, their best hitter next to Manny Ramirez for a generation.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But it's interesting that Brian Kenny, I guess I don't remember this game. I don't know what happened a month ago where he was dogging it during a play.
Don't like that anywhere.
You don't want to see that happen with the Giants, but they're still in the honeymoon phase. So, he's here now. He's happy about it. But it's interesting that Brian Kenny a month ago was saying, I want this guy traded. And he looked around the league and the contract's just too much. The Giants were the only ones willing to do it.
Forward 5 says Devers' OPS at the time of the trade was 9th in baseball. Even with his current slump, he's still 15th in all of baseball with OPS. How is he not a top player in the league?
Well, listen to the Giants side of the things.
Here's what Brian Kenny says on the second part of the trade here, because I don't totally agree with him as Devers, the player. He says on the Giants side of things, here's what they're getting.
So in step the Giants, who gave up some players, but that's not the real deal. The deal is they're taking the hitter and the contract. That's the deal. And in real time, it makes sense for them. Think of the Giants. They have all sorts of baseball-y players, right? Matt Chapman, Willie Adames, Jung-Hoo Lee, but they lack power. They lack weight. Devers gives them power and weight, but he comes at a big price tag. Starting next year, they'll owe 8 years at more than $30 million a year. But their club, with the new Buster Posey regime in place, is in a very different position than Boston. See, the Giants don't have a bountiful prospect harvest that the Red Sox are now experiencing. They're a mature club filled with veterans facing this. This is reality. The Dodgers, here's the winning percentage. We put them in ranks over the last 3 years. Winning percentages, that's payroll over there. The Dodgers are a worldwide behemoth, and they're not slowing down. They're spending more. They're number one. The Padres have turned on the money machine. You see, they're still top 10 in payroll, even though they've come back, and they're also clever and transactional. The Diamondbacks, meantime, they're above 500 too. And they're a smart organization with a young star core, and in payroll, they're in the top half as well. The Giants are a big market club, but look, they're 14th in payroll. They're 500. They have room to spend. So if they have to be, let's call it, inefficient with their spending, so be it. I wouldn't have done it, but I'm not living in their reality, and I see why it makes sense. They didn't lose much in the trade. They just took on the money to battle the killer whale, that's up top, and the nasty sharks in their own division. This makes sense for the Giants, but it makes much more sense for the Red Sox.
Okay. I guess. I don't understand really. He doesn't think Devers is a great player, but it makes sense for the Giants. He wouldn't have done it, but nobody asked him to. But the Red Sox made a great move here because they got a big contract off of their roster. They also removed an over 900 OPS from their roster. And it wasn't like, things had not been going well. But I don't understand looking at this totally from, he's looking at it from a player straight acquisition perspective and how it's affecting the organizations. This is a good deal for the Giants in terms of he's looking at this in a vacuum. Like, we've lived each and every one of these off seasons where the Giants didn't land a player, right? I don't think at some point, I think a lot of us think of that Leo DeRocher line where it's like, screw the nice guys. Give me some a-holes that can play.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, at some point, I'm like, you can't just love every guy who's going to walk through the door. And not every situation is going to be absolutely perfect. They needed to make this trade. And I guess that's the point that he's making.
He's basically saying the Giants are desperate where the Red Sox can actually grow their farm system and grow the team.
Well, why don't we ask him what he meant? Let's ask him if he thinks the Giants were desperate in making this trade or if it was an opportunistic deal for them. We'll get into that next. Brian Kenny, the voice you just heard, will join us next. FMLB Network will do so only here on Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Giants and the Marlins in action tonight at Oracle Park, 5:45 pregame, 6:45 first pitch. Verlander back on the hill against Cal Quantrill. We'll talk about some of that as well as some Raffy Devers stuff with our next guest, Brian Kenny of the MLB Network. You see him daily on the MLB Network. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Brian, welcome to the show, man. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa here at the Giants flagship in San Francisco. How are you?
Hey, fellas, I'm doing well. Good to talk to you.
Good to have you, man. So we were just playing some of your cuts, or we played an audio clip from you from yesterday on your Digging In segment on Rafael Devers, talking about both sides of the trade from the Red Sox perspective and from the Giants perspective. So I think we're kind of well-versed on your thoughts on this. I think the one takeaway I had, or the question I've got, is you don't view Devers as a top 15 player in baseball?
No, he's not. not objectively. Not when you use measurement. You know, my objective methodology is I set up what statistics are important to me, and then I find the answer. Look, it's not all in statistics, but it's a lot. And I don't have the numbers in front of me, but what was he? 17 OPS plus. I think 27th or 28th off the top of my head in WAR. Now, he was top 10 in volume hitting alone because he plays a lot, and he's a total bases guy, which is saying something. You contribute volume, so you could say, in one way of speaking, he's one of the top 10 most productive hitters in the game, but he's not one of the top 10 players in the game.
Does that change for you if he's not playing designated hitter? I know he's not a plus fielder at all, but if he's a first baseman for the Giants, and ultimately I think they're going to get to that point, it's where they're working towards at least right now. Does any of that change for you if he's on the field playing first, even at a median level?
Yes, absolutely. If you can field, if you run, if you're in better shape, all that helps. But that's what I mean. Your base running matters. Your defense matters. You guys are watching Matt Chapman every day.
Sure.
Like, what's the value there? You know, it's like so you can't keep singing a guy's praises like Chapman and then look at Devers and go, so what? No, it matters.
Talking to MLB Network's Brian Kenny on the UMA guest line. So what did you make of Rafael Devers when he was introduced as a Giant, saying that he's willing to play any position the Giants ask of him after all of the stuff that went on in Boston?
Right. Well, I mean, it says he doesn't bear all of the culpability here, right? He was not a good employee for a number of reasons and a number of times, but it wasn't all on him. I mean, I've said, and I said in the essay yesterday, I've said it like 3 times because I've written about this a lot, because it was a fascinating dysfunctional thing that happened with the Red Sox endeavors. And some of it's his fault, and some of it is the Red Sox fault. And mainly it's, as the highest paid guy on the club, you have a responsibility to go through a wall for your employer. I mean, I've always felt the same way. Like, if I had an employer that was really paying me, I would say, what do you need me to do? That should be your attitude always.
Yeah.
At the same time, if you have, like any ball club specifically, or any company, your highest paid person, you do have a responsibility to have them in the inner circle and not just treat them like some, employee. Like, they're special, they're different. So some of this is absolutely on the Red Sox, and it doesn't shock me that he got a change of venue and a change of heart.
Now, one of the Giants side of things here, and it doesn't surprise me either that he came over and said, hey, they're the bosses. I'm willing to do what needs to be done. I think there's culpability and blame on both sides of this thing. I'm just happy to be the third party where we get to hopefully watch the fruits of the Giants' labor here. But I think we all viewed it from a Buster Posey and Giants brass standpoint as a point of pressure, where we've lived through the last several off seasons where they've swung and missed on numerous free agents, where they tried to go get Bryce Harper, tried to get Shohei Ohtani, tried to get Arson Judge and all that stuff. This just doesn't play out, And so I think there's a point of pressure there where the Giants say, to your point, they're looking at the Dodgers going, if we want to compete in this division, we've got to get it done a different way. And so I can't remember what the word was that you used. It wasn't irresponsible with their spending, but certainly going to be a little bit more aggressive with it.
Right. You can't play it like, the Rays.
Right.
Right. I'm saying, hey, you know what? We're going to play on the margins all the time, and every so often we're going to have the best record in the league. Most times, we're not, but we're going to make the playoffs here and there. Like, the Giants are aspiring to be more than that. And now they just happen to be in the division, as I pointed out, that has a killer whale and a bunch of sharks. So one thing for the Giants at this point is, that's not an efficient contract, but it's just money. And they could use a jump in their payroll. I think I had them 13th or 14th in preseason, opening day payroll. So, they could be a little higher than that. So it's just money, and you're right. They've now look. I like finishing second. I would say to a lot of ball clubs, sometimes the best place to finish with these free agents is second. You're better off without them for the most part, but you need to score a few here and there, and you need to have a core, homegrown bunch. So they really don't have that. So you need to go and pay for it and get top-end talent, which is what they did.
Brian, what did you think of the Giants prior to this move? I think they were 10 games over 500 when they made this trade. And now that they've acquired Rafael Devers, do you consider them contenders in the National League?
Oh, yeah, no question. I mean, they're part of what is, though, a wide upper middle class. It's not a middle class, but, everybody below the Dodgers, Mets, Phillies, Padres, Giants, Cardinals now, right? Brewers, maybe the Reds. All those teams have a lot going for them. I don't know if it's a strange time. Maybe most of those teams are in the National League, but somebody's got to lose for somebody to be winning. But there seems to be a nice upper middle class, above average ball club that's out there they're good. And by the way, I mentioned the Braves. The Braves could try to sneak back into it. Maybe they can at this point. But there's just a lot of decent, not better than decent, good, good to very good A- clubs out there. And no question the Giants are among them.
Talking to Brian Kenny of the MLB Network, nice enough to join us a few more minutes here on the UMA guest line. I'm looking at the same thing you are, just a wide open National League right now, and everybody's sort of jumbled up. And one of the casualties of the expanded playoffs the last few years has been the trade deadline. One of my favorite things in sports for years was baseball's trade deadline. And so we just haven't gotten big movement like that. That's part of why this, I think, was so tantalizing. It was such a big move and it was so early. Do you think more teams in it are going to keep teams holding? Because even you mentioned the Braves there, the Reds, like there's going to be a lot of holders here, but teams like Arizona have got some expiring contracts. There's some teams out of it. But how do you view this trade deadline, and will we see some true sellers this year?
Well, that's why I think Arizona now, with the injury to Carroll on top of the injury
broken
to
wrist,
Burns, we were talking about it today, that they're in a unique position, and they're a smart club. They might, I think it's difficult to do in the real world, but with all the injuries they have, they might be best served saying, hey, we have this young star core, right? Carroll, Perdomo. We're kind of excellent and young, and we're athletic, and we're baseball-y. Why don't we come back stronger next year, especially since there are very few sellers. I mean, you look at, I know you love following this, so you know, like the prized guy was Sandy Alcantara.
Right.
You know, he's not crushing it right now. He's gotten better, but there isn't some big, you know, Cliff Lee isn't out there now. Fred McGriff, you want to go back, like it's not some
crime dog me?
unbelievable.
You got a 93 crime dog us here in San Francisco? Don't do that to me, man. 103 and missed the playoffs. We don't need to bring that up.
Yeah, sorry. You know, there isn't some big bounty. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Right.
There isn't some big bounty out there. So if the Diamondbacks suddenly say, hey, you know what? We got 2 starting pitchers. You know, we've got a first baseman. We got a lot of guys that are in their contract year. They could get more than you usually would for those players. So I think it could get interesting if Arizona looks and says, hey, you know what? I think their playoff odds now are 31%. That's not terrible. Could they go on a run? Yes. But what would they do? Like realistically, what would they really do? And they're still young. They might be wise to say, you know what? We're going to be a 95-win club next year.
Talking to MLB Network's Brian Kenny on the UMA guest line. So in your dig-in segment, you mentioned that culture is an overused word in baseball, but you said the Red Sox future is arriving. So what do you make of the culture that Buster Posey is establishing right now with the Giants?
Yeah, look, that keeps getting thrown around. I think we're all kind of presuming, since he was that type of player, clearly a winning player. He's a flat-out winner, that he's going to be the same type of executive. I'm willing to buy in, but I really don't know just yet. Look, Derek Jeter was also like a winner on par at the very least of Buster Posey, a total winner, a total franchise player, someone to emulate the whole package, and yet was not a great executive, didn't make a big dent there. So I don't know. Now, I like that he pushed for Chapman. I like that he also went out and got Willy Adames, even though that doesn't look great right now. Do I like those players? Yes. Are they winning players and guys who are more than the sum of their parts? Yes. So I hear what you're saying. I hear what everybody is saying. I don't want to just automatically assign it and make it the narrative that since he was this player, he's going to be this executive. However, there's something to that left side of the infield that you have these steady, reliable guys.
A couple more minutes with Brian Kenny on the UMA guest line. You mentioned the Willy Adames acquisition this offseason, and the 2 moves that Buster Posey made was that, along with Justin Verlander. Justin Verlander's still looking for his first win of the season. He's pitching tonight. What do you make of Justin Verlander's 2025 season? And you just mentioned Willy Adames. Do you think, I mean, things could turn around for him, but as of right now, do you think it's the second most disappointing contract of the offseason next to Juan Soto?
Well, oh wow, you have Soto the most disappointing?
I would say.
It's funny. He's kind of turned around that thought in New York, and I'm closer to New York. But I hear you. The main thing with Soto, I'll just jump on that exit ramp for a second. The main thing with Soto is like if there's issues in year 1, like if the Yankees aren't dying without him in year 1, what are we looking at years 12, 13, 14, and 15?
Right.
And all that. That said, he's a good at bat. I don't know if you saw the opposite field home run he hit last night. He's an impact player. So there's guys out there more like Christian Walker that have been disappointing. There's actually a whole bunch of players. I don't have a list in front of me that first year guys that have not been great. Now Adames is toward the top of that list. I really like the player. I don't know exactly what's happening with him, but his offense should be better. I thought the defense was a blip, an anomaly. But there's been issues this year, too. You know, I still like the player. I know there's an ebb and flow. Maybe it's a comfort zone. He was such a winner from the moment he stepped into Milwaukee, from the moment he did. I am surprised by this first year, trough that he's in.
God, I would kill for an 880 OPS being a down year for a contract. You know what I mean? Like, he's leading the league in walks as Juan Soto right now. Brian Kenny of the MLB Network. You see him every day. Hey, we appreciate the time, Brian. Thanks so much, man.
Okay, thank you, fellas.
Good deal, man. The great Brian Kenny of MLB Network. Soto has turned around a bit. He has. I think part of it is he's leading the league in hitting to double plays at this point and grounding into double plays. I think he's got 14 or 15 or something, but he has turned it around. And the ball he hit yesterday was an absolute bomb. It was a nuke the other direction. But New York, it's that East Coast thing where it just seems louder.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know. Brian Kenny's he's very he's reserved, I think, on what it is that he wants to assign anything to. But when he does a deep dive, and he's running through analytics of the OPS plus on Devers. And I guess the point he's making, I didn't ask him specifically, is sounds like he's kind of like me in that he's not a DH guy.
Right.
In that if you're a DH, you aren't helping your team as much. And I'm with him. He does have a good point in that. I'm with him in that logic where he goes, how do you give so much love to a guy like Matt Chapman and watch him play every day and he's stealing bases?
No, I get
doing what
that.
he's doing with the glove. And I'm going, but two things can be true. You can say we need that bat. That bat is what the Giants have been famished for and have been lacking. Also, you put him at first base. I don't think he's going to be a plus first baseman. I don't think he's going to all of a sudden figure it out and be a plus guy with the glove. That said, if he's on the field, he's saying you got to run a little bit better. I don't know. I think he helps you because he opens up the lineup a little bit more. And again, based on the way contracts are being handed out now, if Devers hit the open market as a free agent, what would he be getting? Would he be in the 400 millions?
Yeah, probably more.
I don't know that I agree that the Red Sox overpaid for him because when they signed him, I think they were expecting him to be a DH at some point in his career, but I don't think they had planned for him to be a DH this immediate year 2 into the contract.
And by the way, Matt Chapman, we have an update. Matt Chapman made some throws today during batting practice. He is still rehabbing his right throwing hand and should be able to start swinging this week as well.
With both hands. So Susan Slusser told us yesterday he does have the splint off of his hand. He has been throwing a little bit. He's been fielding a little bit, but hadn't been making throws. They're saying he did throw a bit today.
Yes, he did.
How about that? Didn't ask him at all about Cal Raleigh. I meant to ask him.
Oh, he's having an amazing season.
Dude, he's got 32 homers. How about this? Cal Raleigh, the catcher for the Seattle Mariners. Nobody has reached 30 homers as fast as he has since Barry Bonds and Luis Gonzalez in 2001. They both did it over 75 games. All three of them did. Cal Raleigh's not even at the midway point. He hit another homer yesterday. So he's at 32, I think, is where he's at now on the year.
Good Lord.
The year Barry hit 73, he had 39 at the All-Star break. We're still a couple of weeks from the All-Star break. He's homered 6 times in his last 6 games and in 4 consecutive games as Cal Raleigh. He also, at this point, he's a switch-hitting catcher. His weighted runs created is up there with Aaron Judge. I mean, he's legitimately having one of the best offensive seasons, at least in first halves, that anybody has ever had. Like, he's having an incredible year.
He's on pace to obliterate every catcher home run record, every single one.
Well, you saw in the last 5 years or whatever, I think it is, catchers who have had 30 home run seasons, he's got 3 of them. Nobody else has 1. Like, he's the only catcher to hit 30 homers in the last 4 years or 5 years or something. He also now, and this is incredible to me, I mean, Mickey Mantle had years where he hit high 50s in home runs, right? Mid-50s. He was a switch hitter. He's got more homers Cal Raleigh does right now than any switch hitter in the first half of a season ever. Unbelievable, the numbers this guy's putting up.
The question is, though,
the big dumper, bro.
The big dumper, but even if he puts up phenomenal numbers, do you think with the East Coast bias with writers, do you think he would get AL MVP over Aaron Judge?
I don't know. It's also about what his team does. What do the Mariners do? Like, you got to win. It's real tough because Aaron Judge, he's in a bit of a slump, I think, right now, too.
Yeah.
But, by the way, Cal Raleigh, an elite fielder. He won a platinum glove. Won a gold glove, and he won a platinum glove. So he's the best fielding catcher in the American League, and he's the best hitting, not just catcher, one of the best, top 3 hitters in all of the American League. Top 3 or 4. Yeah, where's he at right now? His numbers on the season, he's at 32 homers. He's got an OPS over 1,000. His OPS plus is 202. He walks, too. He's got a 383 OBP right now. He's got 45 walks to his 83 strikeouts. He's probably going to top his walks numbers from last year. He's leading the league in both RBIs and home runs. Here's the thing. Bonds had 39 home runs at that All-Star break, which is hilarious, by the way. 39 at the All-Star break.
Comical, even.
Dude, I think he only had 71 RBIs. Cal Raleigh's already at 68.
One away.
Do you remember that year? What was that year that Juan Gonzalez had 97 ribs at the break? Do you remember that, Tim? Juan Gonzalez of the Rangers had I think he had 97 ribs at the break.
Good Lord. like second game after the break, he had 100. It was like, jeez.
Yeah, it was pretty incredible. Most RBIs.
While you look it up, we have a lineup for tonight. Yaz is leading off in right field. You got Devers at DH, Elliot Ramos, Wilmer Flores at first base, Jung-Hoo Lee in center, Willie Adames, Casey Schmitt at third base, Patrick Bailey, and at second base, Christian Koss.
By the way, I was mistaken. Juan Gonzalez in 1998, Tim, he had 101 RBIs at the All-Star break.
It was right around the All-Star break where he got 100.
Yeah, and he had 87 games played. He had 26 homers, 24 doubles, dude, which is unreal. By
the way,
half of his hits were extra base hits because he only had 103 at that point.
Nice. Well, sorry to switch up sports on you real quick. We were talking about Kristaps Porzingis earlier. Breaking news: he's not going to the Warriors. He's not going to the Lakers. The Boston Celtics, Atlanta Hawks, and Brooklyn Nets have finalized a 3-team trade that will send Kristaps Porzingis and a second-round pick to the Atlanta Hawks, along with Terrence Mann and the 22nd overall pick to the Nets. It's a three-way trade. It's complicated, but the big thing is Kristaps Porzingis going to the Atlanta Hawks.
That's a 3-player swing. It's okay, Porzingis to the Hawks. So there goes the Warriors' interest in Porzingis. Yeah, there was. I guess the Hawks didn't have the money under the cap for their trade exception to take Porzingis' $30 million contract, so they had to get a third team involved in Brooklyn. So there you go. Trade to the Atlanta Hawks. And then also the big trade of the day is C.J. McCollum traded from the Pelicans to the Hawks.
Yes. No, sorry.
Pelicans to the Wizards.
Yes.
For Jordan Poole. You know what's confusing me is in my head I'm trying to think about them in their jerseys.
I know.
And nobody wears the color jersey of the team they're on anymore. Like I saw the.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean.
Or they've all changed their colors to be weird.
Well, I think of C.J. McCollum as a Portland Trailblazer.
So do I. But the video that I saw of him today, or like the photos they were using, it was all him in like red New Orleans jersey.
Yeah, that's right.
And I was like, this is so hard for me. And I was like, he went to the Hawks. Oh no, Jordan Poole's on the Wizards, and he was wearing red too. He said they're rocking red.
Jordan Poole in New Orleans. Let's have a good time.
All right, have a good time, Jordan. Dirty Work with you on a Tuesday afternoon. We already did our NBA grab bag.
We did that.
The other thing we do on Tuesdays at about 4:15 is only because he begged, he pleaded, he groveled.
Peed his pants
to get his way.
It's not true.
Our guy, Tim.
See, we embellish sometimes, and Tim laughs.
Tim's been here
he
for almost...
laughs at us mocking him.
He loves when we call him Tim Tubin or Tim the Horn Man Webb.
He makes us laugh with, things like that.
He's even joking when he walks up to you at any given wedding that he's at solo and says, I'm Tim Webb from KNBR Sports Leader.
That never happened.
I'm KNBR's Tim Webb.
He'll also make fun of his grape toe.
Got a personality like a dead Moor.
Anyway, he begged for his own segment because he's the host of trivia at the Bitter End in San Francisco on Tuesday nights. I heard Jack Loader earlier ask Mr. KNBR, hey, do you want to go to Tim's trivia tonight? Mr. KNBR said, nah, I got some stuff to do. He said, I gotta go look at a couple couches, I think was his
but you know what the hilarious thing was Loader was like, hey, Tim, I got a whole team of guys coming to trivia night. Tim's like, oh, thank you.
Oh, good. Cool. Anyway, Tim gives us a slice of life take, a sports take, and then he gives us some trivia that you'll hear at the Bitter End tonight. It's all part of Tim's Tuesday takes, turtles, toes, tariffs, and Tubins, and whatever, Tim. It's all next on the Sports Leader.
KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Tuesday. Adam Copeland, D. Pop, Tim Webb. We got Giants baseball coming at you at 6:45 for a 5:45 pregame. And a little news, well, not a little news, but Bob Melvin talking about the news yesterday with Tyler Fitzgerald. I just had it and lost it. Hang on one second, everybody. Okay, Bob Melvin said that Tyler Fitzgerald needs to get some confidence back. Understood why they wanted him to reset in AAA. So Christian Koss and Brett Wisely will split second base for now. But he also says Casey Schmitt will start taking grounders to prepare to move over when Matt Chapman returns.
All right. I like that. That's good news. It's positive news. Christian Koss starting at second base today. He's batting ninth. Just a little bit of baseball stuff here real quick before we get to Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia. 650 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 650 says, how come you guys aren't talking about the Brewers' phenom hurler Mizorowski, modern-day Nolan Ryan? Have you seen this guy, Tim? Are you guys paying attention to him? He went
right out of the papers.
He went 5 no-hit innings in his major league debut, and then he went 7 perfect in his second start. I believe it's the most no-hit innings for anybody to start their major league career.
Well, damn.
Like in back-to-back starts or something like that. He's been phenomenal. Throws heat. He's like a tall, lanky, gangly dude. Saw AJ Pierzynski was talking to him on MLB Network the other day, bugging him about playing for the Polish team in the WBC. He's like, he's like, we need you, and he's like putting him on the spot. He's like, can you tell me now that you'll do this and play for us and not Team USA? He was like, I think I can do that. I think I can play for Poland. How about this though? Chase Burns, who's one of the young phenom.
It burns.
Minor leaguers across baseball.
I do my own drops sometimes.
Okay, all right. What was that one? It burns.
I don't know.
That was just you crying to the doctor.
Yep.
It burns. Chase Burns debuting today for the Reds. Phenom rookie making his debut. He's pitching against the Yankees at Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati. First inning, top of the first, he comes out, strikes out the side, gets Aaron Judge to Kane and the inning.
He's blowing cheese.
He's blowing cheese. So there's a little bit from your young starters.
There you go.
Baseball.
Nice.
Waiting for a Wizenhut debut. I'm kind of excited for that.
Okay.
When that happens. Anyway, every Tuesday, we've taken enough of this time. This isn't our segment, Derek. We shouldn't be talking about this right now.
By all means.
That's my bad. We shouldn't be doing this. Tim begged for it,
No,
so we
please
oblige.
keep going. You're fine.
Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia gives us a slice of life take, a sports take, and some trivia that you'll hear tonight at the bitter end in San Francisco. Tim, open it up.
Day takes and trivia on KNBR, the takes leader.
Now, what's important here is that the last couple of times, well, certainly the last time, Tim, I don't know that you gave a take.
Okay.
You kind of complained about not getting to go to suite night, and then he got his own suite on Sunday.
It worked, though.
What did it tell you?
It worked.
Sometimes Tim doesn't even have to piss himself to get what he wants.
Complaining
you inflated
helps.
this whole thing that I begged for a segment, and then I do it, and they crap on me no matter what I do. It's either not a take, or it's not strong enough, or you whined, or what. I don't know.
You want to? I mean, dude, you want to be a part of the show, and you want your own segment. Then you got to bring heat when it's time.
It's my board. So.
Thank you, young Timmy. All right, young Tim, what do you got for us today, dude, on Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia?
Well, once again, I'd like to thank both of you guys for bequeathing me this opportunity to have some takes on a Tuesday.
What?
And to think all it took was me peeing my pants. Kids, you really can achieve anything you want if you just dump yourself. But enough of that lovely imagery. Let's talk about baseball.
Yeah.
One of my favorite things about the sport of baseball is it is relentless. The everyday nature of baseball season demands that you move on from the highest highs and the lowest lows. Lose in the ninth inning in catastrophic fashion, you got a game tomorrow, you got to move on. Giants hit 3 home runs, celebrate, and move on. A baseball season always takes twists and turns, an injury, a here, a big trade there. It's a mosaic, if you will. Then one day you look up at the calendar and realize, holy crap, we are halfway through the season. It's early. It's not early. We're halfway there. Technically, it's halfway after the Marlins series, but that's not on a Tuesday, so that's too damn bad. So let's do Tim Webb's first half grades that no one asked for and mean absolutely nothing.
All right, this is a take. Okay, I'm in with this. This will be an actual take.
All right, let's start right at the top. The bullpen gets an A. The bullpen gets an A. The bullpen has been the absolute strength of this team. Tyler Rogers, Randy Rodriguez have been unreal. Eric Miller, despite a kind of a massive whip, has an ERA of 103. Seemingly the biggest struggles have been in the ninth inning with Ryan Walker and Camilo Doval, to which I say it's pretty damn good to have options. Giants fans should feel great about this bullpen. It is the biggest strength of this team. Right behind that, I would say A- is your starting pitching. Would be the number one strength of the team had the bullpen been not so lights out in the first half. San Francisco has a collective 3.26 ERA. That's the second best in baseball. Logan Webb is second in the National League in ERA and tied for third in strikeouts. He is a legit Cy Young candidate. Robbie Ray has rebounded from a few injury-plagued seasons with an 8-2 record and 102 strikeouts. The team's pitching depth was the impetus for the Raffy Devers move.
Impetus. Yeah, nice. Good word.
With the team's confidence in Landon Root being rewarded, he's got a 3.6 ERA, as well as Hayden Birdsong moving to the rotation. The pitching has withstood the departure of Kyle Harrison, not much from Jordan Hicks, and a month without Justin Verlander. It has been a huge strength of the team. I'm all on board with everything pitching related to this team right now. Offense, on the other hand, let's call it what it is. I say C- at bat. At best.
Wait, what was the starter's grade, Tim?
A-.
A-, okay.
Offense, I'm calling it a C, maybe C-. Other than a bunch of comebacks, which were great, it's very average. Let's call it what it is. The offense has been not great. The team is batting .232 collectively. That only two teams worse in the National League are the Rockies and the Pirates. You don't want to be in that company. The collective OPS of the team, third worst in the National League, Rockies, Pirates. And while players have had hot streaks, the team has failed to click as a unit basically the entire first half. Bright spots include Wilmer Flores. Where would this team be without a healthy flow? His 54 RBI leads the team by a wide margin. And obviously, Elliot Ramos and his 13 homers and .285 batting average, that paces all the regulars. It kind of falls off a cliff after that, though. Willie Adames has been a disappointment at the plate. Matt Chapman's injury has left a huge hole in the middle of the orders. Tyler Fitzgerald's in the minors. Jung-Hoo Lee fell off a cliff. He's at like about 250 right now. And let's say it, the much-maligned Pat Bailey is still under 200. Yet, there are signs for positivity. Casey Schmitt is hitting. You can see Rafi Devers at DH, and you can understand what the potential of this lineup could be. But honestly, it has to be the big money players to come through. It has to be Adames, it has to be Chapman, it has to be Lee, and it has to be Devers to improve on what we could obviously say is a mediocre first half. So I'm going C, maybe C-. Defense, I'm going B. The Giants fans clamored for years during the Farhan Kapler era to have everyday players. Well, you have your everyday players there every game. If the team doesn't perform, the player doesn't perform, the team moves on from them. Chapman and Bailey, when they are healthy, are defensive savants. Jung-Hoo Lee, Ramos, and Yaz, it's pretty damn good defensive outfield. Now, first and second base have been a bit problematic. Dom Smith provides a little stability. Second base is a work in progress. But if the crystal ball says Casey Schmitt is going to be the solution at second base when Chapman gets back, I'll sleep pretty good. So we're going to call that a B. Front office, A+. They're going for it. As mentioned before last week, the best thing that you can hope for from your front office is to go for it. Go for it every damn time. And the Rafi Devers move signifies that. Lamont Wade and Tyler Fitzgerald not getting it done, those moves signify the team is not waiting around. The status quo has changed, and that means more moves or options could be on the horizon. So I'm going A+ for the front office. Overall grade, B+. The first half of this season has been no means perfect, but you are 10 games over 500. You're looking at 90 wins and a playoff spot. Most importantly, the Dodgers are in reach. The team is active on the trade market, and the fan base, which Adam and I saw on Sunday with our own eyes, looks re-energized. It's a good time to be a Giants fan, and it's good to be looking forward to a strong second half. What say you?
There you go, Tim. I like it. Giants baseball, nothing like it. You know, Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia, nothing like it either.
Some takes are not meant to make you laugh. Some aren't meant to make you cry. Some aren't meant to rile you up. Some are just meant to be, I need a quality start from my guy. I'm looking for 6 innings or more with 3 runs or fewer, and I think that's what Tim delivered there.
Have you ever cried over a take?
It was pretty straightforward. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So it didn't invigorate a lot of Tim didn't go out on any limbs here, is what I'm saying. Know what I mean?
You're still calling it out, huh?
Would you agree, Tim? No limbs?
You're saying a solid single up the middle.
I'm saying, dude, nothing wrong with drawing a walk. You know what I mean?
How would you grade?
How would you grade that take?
Yeah. I was going to ask. I've got 3 things here, 3 categories that you and I can go through.
Okay.
What do you think? Tim's delivery of that take, what would you grade it?
I would give it
I'd go B+ on that one.
I'd give it a solid A.
Because he was clearly reading, which I know he does, but it was just kind of throwing stats.
It's a lot, though, for that. I mean, come on. A. I give it an A.
You were always going to give him an A. You're like his mom, dude. You're just like, you just bow down to anything he does.
I came up with a story that he peed his pants.
That was pretty good, huh?
He gave the bullpen 3 A's. A.
He did.
I'm just giving him 1 A for the take.
I'm going B+. Derek's going to go with A. All right. What about the take?
I hate this segment.
What about
so
the take
much.
itself? What would you grade that?
Just the grades.
He just kind of went with. How about this? Let me offer you this, Derek, and Tim. You stay out of this for now. It's Tim's Tuesday Takes Trivia, by the way.
Yeah, but shut your pie hole.
Yeah, just hold on a minute. Somebody on the text line said it. Dude, Tim giving it's 5-0 says Tim giving grades halfway through the season. We're not even at the All-Star break yet. Kind of low hanging fruit. Says the 5-1-0.
Yeah, it would have been a perfect segment for when I'm gone. And
it would have been good for next week or 2 weeks from now. Yeah, it would have been perfect. Because how about this? We're not even at the 81 game mark.
Yeah,
we're not even technically halfway.
Did you hear the beginning? It said it's the 81 game mark comes through the Marlins series, but it's not on a Tuesday. It's too damn bad.
I zoned out during that part.
Okay, with that rationale, I'm gonna give it a solid B. A B.
Too damn bad. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a B too, because it was easy to grab, and then the brevity of it, it's got to be. That was a little wordy, didn't you think?
No, I mean, You like the words he used. What do you have in there? Bequeath?
Impetus and bequeath. You didn't say bequeath.
What do you say?
There's no F in that
There's
word,
no
my
F,
friend.
Derek, no.
What is it then?
It's bequeath.
Bequeath, sorry. Been saying it wrong all these years.
No wonder everybody looks at you weird.
What the hell did you just say?
Yeah, what was that?
No one told me I was wrong. Just laughed in my face.
The Bequeath sisters. All right, Tim. Well done. Overall, Tim, I think we're going to give you a solid, like an A-, B+. Yeah. We reserve the right to grade a curve here, too. All right, Tim, let's get your slice. How about this? 2A1 says great in the base running. C-. Where are the steals, huh, Tim?
Yeah, I guess I blew it. You can't have brevity and get everything in. I guess.
Yeah,
People
apparently.
are pissed, dude, about Tim's take, dude. 623. Does Tim give out Tim Webb signed headshots at his trivia night?
Oh, come on.
He absolutely should.
What the hell's that mean?
Hi.
650 says Buster has been flexing his nuts with these recent transactions.
Damn right he has.
There you go. Tim, what do you got for your slice of life take?
All right, well, we'll do a quick slice of life since that was so wordy. As I mentioned the last few times in Tim's tedious takes, yes, I have been a guest at a wedding 2 times this month, and as the proud rear admiral of the filth, we often get invited to places.
Rear admiral?
That's what I'm calling it.
I like calling Tim the rear admiral.
Bring up the rear, baby.
We often get invited to places with the caveat of having a +1, be it weddings, wine tasting, or even a suite. So I'd like to take a few minutes to talk about the +1 etiquette because there's been some serious breaches in the dirty work universe.
This is fantastic.
Okay,
There are no names
good.
going to be mentioned, but if you're hearing this, you know who you are. You got to do better, okay? All right, number 1. If you are offered a +1, you are not required to bring a +1.
Yeah.
If you know someone who is good with a crowd, dare I say a crowd enhancer, awesome. If you're filling a seat just to do it, you're at the Oscars. It's not necessary. Bring that friend or date that you really want to be there. It always comes through with the interactions that they have with others. If you brought a guy that drinks all the beer in the corner, yama hama. Number 2. If you bring
mama.
That's right. If you bring a +1, think about how that +1 will fit in with the rest of the crowd you're attending with. Hand to the sky, I will Doug Christie take the foul here because this take is all about me. Many times have I brought a +1 that could not handle the alcohol, brought nothing to the group dynamic, or in general was an ass clown. Take
Tim.
2 seconds to think about this yourself. If I'm not enhancing this experience, am I making it worse? If that's you blew it. This is the category for all bad dates and the dude that picked a fight over the 4th of July fall into. 4th of July party, that is. Number 3, a +1 is a +1. It's not a +4. If there is space, that does not mean you're required to fill it. It's greedy, it's grandstanding, and it's awkward as hell to be the guy that brought 7 friends. Now, by all means, if there is space and it's okay, fill it. But don't be that guy that brings their entire middle school class just for a reunion, just because you can. It's awkward as hell. Number 4, if you are offered a +1 and that +1 cannot attend, do everyone in favor and tell the host that detail ahead of time. There's more likely that somebody else can fill that spot. It's good karma, it's unselfish, and it will get you that +1 in the future. What did I miss on my +1 list?
I think it's a pretty good list.
Solid.
Was it? I mean, are people bringing +1s to the KNBR suite tonight?
They have the option, although I don't know if that's the option for us.
Here's something else I would say. I know somebody who brought a newer significant other, a newer partner to a wedding I attended not too long ago.
How'd it go?
It was fine, except that this significant other was meeting all of the friend group, everybody for the first time. She wore a white dress to the wedding. Like it was not good. It was not good.
That's a big faux pas.
And I was kind of like, dude, this is even on you, homie. Like you got to make sure that your date or your person you're bringing is appropriately dressed and made aware of something. Maybe they're unaware of the faux pas of wearing that. I was aware. I figure if I'm aware, they should be aware.
Hey, if I'm aware, then
I was stirring the pot
you're
too.
aware. We all should be aware.
I was stirring the pot too. I nudged all the women. I was like, you guys seeing this? You guys see what she's wearing over here?
I mean, that's bad.
You guys see this? She can't be doing this. She can't be wearing this eggshell.
It ain't great.
You know what I mean?
It's not Labor Day either.
Or Labor Day.
I forget. Is that after Labor Day? You can't wear it?
I don't even know
We
what
got
the hell
time.
that
That's not
means.
till September, boys.
Yeah,
We got plenty of time. Not bad, Tim. I don't
like
mind
it.
that one.
Well done,
I don't
Tim.
mind that one at all. Speaking of grades, I was just thinking about this when Tim was giving his grades in the first segment, and then we graded his first take.
Uh-huh.
Who do you think of us had the lowest high school GPA?
Yeah, probably.
I feel
me.
like Tim's got to be the highest. I mean, we all ended up here, so it's not like anybody.
Yeah.
Nobody was
We're not
revving.
rocket
Nobody was
scientists.
revving above a 3. I'll tell you that.
Hovering.
You hovering. You are above.
Not above. No. No. GPA?
Doing homework, not my favorite thing.
No.
Not indicative of your intelligence, I would say. But
I goofed around a lot, yeah.
Yeah, you and me both, brother. Tim, what about you?
I actually had a very good GPA, which should make you guys feel good about yourselves because you're here and I've fallen downward.
Yeah, dude, yeah, you're a nerd. Tim and his video game GPA.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, Tim, what do you got for trivia for us today?
All right.
916 says Timmy 2 takes over here.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm going to get the papers.
Triple takes.
The Timmy 5 takes, right?
Yeah. I'm going to get the papers, get the papers.
Okay.
Get the papers.
What Hawaiian volcano is often regarded as the most active, if not the most active volcano in the world? Is it Mauna Loa? Is it Mauna Kea? Or is it Kilauea? Which one is it? This Hawaiian volcano is often regarded as one of the, if the most active volcano in the world. Mauna Loa, Mauna Kea, or Kilauea?
I think Brian Kenny was just talking about killer whales in the Giants division.
Did he really? Yeah, I'm going to say like
killer whales.
I don't know if that's a real volcano, Tim. I think you're making that one up.
I'm going to go with Mauna Kea, Tim.
Read them again, Tim.
We've been to Mauna Kea, too.
Mauna Loa, Mauna Kea, or Kilauea?
Just to be different from Copes, I'll go with the first one.
Mauna Loa.
Well, you're both wrong. It's Kilauea.
No way. That was
erupting right now.
Is that the one that we're getting video of all the time
that's
now?
the one we're getting videos of.
Looks like a geyser. All right, Tim, give us a good one. Come on, dude. Give us a good trivia question.
Give me some Oscar questions. I'm good at that.
Some Oscar questions.
This is perfect for you, Derek. What once common disease was called the Great White Plague, killing thousands throughout history? The Great White Plague. Got a lot of that at KNBR.
It's funny. It's what I call hanging with you guys.
Like the Great White
with the
Plague?
Great White Plague.
I stole it from you.
Yeah.
You got any ideas, Copes?
Oh, he asked you.
I'm alone here? You were asking for it, too?
He's got a black plague for me coming up in just a minute.
Apparently.
The Great White Plague?
White.
It killed how many when, Tim?
Thousands of people throughout history. It's got a bunch of other nicknames as well.
Oh, man. That means it's got to be something like that's been around for a long time.
You've probably heard of it.
It's probably not a plague itself.
No. So what disease?
You're getting warmer.
Oh, disease. I got nothing on this one.
Ammonia?
It's also called consumption. White plague refers to the
obesity?
white complexion that the person who's suffering takes on.
I don't know.
Tuberculosis. Everybody's favorite of the diseases.
I was thinking that.
Tim, these are, this is tonight, the trivia? You got any time to redo so you got any time for some new ones?
Tuberculosis. All right, one more.
All right. Adam, we'll see.
This is tonight?
A line of demarcation for all sorts of things United States history. The Mason-Dixon line ran between Maryland and what other state? I was going to say something. I decided not to.
What were you going to say, Tim?
No, we're good.
Give us a Mason-Dixon, huh?
No worry on that one, dipshit.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Give us one, Tim.
You got it.
What?
What's the state?
Oh, it's a state?
Yeah, what's the state?
Maryland and what?
Do you know?
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania is
correct. Oh, well, there you go. Okay.
All right.
That is correct.
Who again? Who you were hovering 3 GPA, you said?
Maybe more. Maybe more.
That's Tim's Tuesday.
No, I don't remember.
And
maybe
trivia,
less.
Yeah, maybe less. Did you try to pay some Thunderbucks to up the grade
Damn
a little
right
bit?
I did.
Yeah. Hey, maybe you give me a better grade here with these Thunderbucks.
I literally did.
That's going to do it for Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia. You can see him tonight at the bitter end. And don't forget tuberculosis. The Great White Plague.
Tuberculosis.
The Great White Plague, as you well know.
I was thinking that.
Refer to this segment as that.
Yeah, going forward. When we come back, did you guys know Steve Kerr's not for everybody?
I didn't know that.
Apparently he's rubbing people the wrong way.
Who knew?
We'll talk about it next. Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tuberculosis.
Dirty
Damn
work
it.
on a on a Tuesday. 925. Lots of love for Tim. Says Tim's bringing the trivia heat, and you bozos can't even get a riff off.
Yeah, we're not smart
I didn't
people.
have a riff, dude. Yeah, Tim came with some very serious takes today, and some very serious trivia.
Yeah, they're solid. You know, some
grades.
grades.
The white plague.
Now, the way that this always goes is whatever I do is terrible, so it's like either change on the fly or just take the criticism and whatever.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter.
I like the idea that we give him the segment, that we just criticize the segment.
Definitely.
That's really, it's all part of the bit. You know what I mean? People are saying Derek should have guessed the herps. He would know, is what they say, for the white plague.
I don't.
I don't have anything to say about
I
that.
don't have that disease.
I don't have anything on that either. So in an article written by Logan Murdoch.
Good guy.
Where is Logan now? Where's he writing for?
He's with the Ringer.
That's right. Logan Murdoch with the Ringer. Well-styled Logan Murdoch. He wrote a piece on Kevin Durant, who just, of course, got traded to the Houston Rockets. Now he's fifth organization. He goes back to Kevin Durant leaving the Warriors, because I was asking this yesterday, like, what's his legacy? What do we think about with KD the time that he left the Golden State Warriors?
Mm-hmm.
That he talks about the exit not being really because of Draymond Green, but primarily leaving because of Steve Kerr. When you saw that initially, did that surprise you?
Not at all.
No, that was kind of my initial thought. I thought it sure had stuff to do with Draymond. I definitely always thought it had more to do with the fan base stuff and the extra stuff and it not being, quote, his team, but also on how the coaching staff viewed it being his team and how they went about asking him to do things that, you know, we're talking Rafael Devers. Do you keep a superstar like that in the same regard who hasn't been here? Did he feel like he was the guy?
Yeah. I go back to Kevin Durant's final season with the Warriors, and he was a little snooty with the media. And, you know, it was like everything from, I'm Kevin Durant. You know who I am, right? And calling out Ethan Strauss, an article he wrote. But I always thought it was unnecessary for Kevin to call out Steve Kerr, and he did it kind of subtly. I always remember a 60 Minutes interview where it was Draymond Green, Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, and Klay Thompson. And in it, I forget who it is who was interviewing them, but it was all about, like, how do you enjoy playing this style of basketball? And all of them talk glowingly about the offense. Only Kevin Durant's the one that's like, well, I wish we didn't have to pass so much. And I was like, damn, that's interesting.
Yeah.
And Steph was like, well, when you pass the ball, you get everybody open and involved. So Steph's bought in. Draymond's bought in. Klay Thompson's bought in. Kevin Durant was never bought into the style of basketball. He was just bought in because all of them went to the Hamptons and loved him and showed him affection that he never felt in OKC, and he wanted to win a couple of championships. Yeah. There's also, I bring this up all the time, and it's hard to find these days, but I think it's a very telling clip of Steve Kerr telling Kevin Durant during the Western Conference Finals, hey, you're scoring right now, but you're not getting everybody involved. There was a time when I was playing with the Chicago Bulls while Michael Jordan was doing the same thing. And Kevin Durant, you could see it on his face, was like, I don't want to hear that crap right now.
Right.
And Steve Kerr, to his credit, went to the media and was like, I found it really disrespectful that TNT played that because he lost the trust of his player at the same time. Also, I remember from that season, Kevin Durant doing press conferences. Like Steve Kerr always talked about playing with joy. And Kevin Durant mocked that on a couple of occasions where I was like, damn, what's the deal here? I thought it was always bigger than Draymond. And even Tom kind of alluded to it. Remember when we were talking about the possibility of Kevin Durant coming back to the Warriors and Steph Curry meeting with him and them talking and saying, this was right after the championship, too, in 2022. Steph was all in on getting KD back. But remember when Tom was doing the show with us and he said, ask Steve Kerr how he felt about that last season with Kevin Durant. He didn't, like, this is not public, But it's been alluded to where Steve Kerr said, I kind of enjoyed that 15-win season more than Kevin Durant's last season with the Warriors.
Yeah.
So none of this surprises me, but it's more telling of Kevin Durant that he just wants to play, in my opinion, a very simplistic style of basketball where he is the star and he's very good at it, but I'm not a fan of isocentric basketball.
Durant's exit, this is what Logan Murdoch wrote. Durant's exit from the Bay Area arguably had more to do with his issues with Steve Kerr than any shouting match with Draymond Green. Durant repeatedly complained both publicly and privately about Kerr's offensive principles during his final season with the Warriors, and he continued to do so even after he left for Brooklyn. The two have since reconciled, but league sources identify Kerr among the reasons that Durant opted not to return to Golden State at the trade deadline. Remember, that was a thought. Was the second he became available, we were all like, forget, or I said it to you, forget Jimmy Butler. If you can get Kevin Durant, go get Kevin Durant. And then he made it clear he did not want to come back here, and I thought, oh boy, he really doesn't want anything to do with the Warriors anymore. It's so funny that he had problems with his coaching principles because all he did in the 3 years he was here was go to the NBA Finals, go to the NBA Finals, go to the NBA Finals.
Yeah, but Kevin Durant,
yeah. And how many
he's an interesting cat, man.
And he's done it one other time in his career. Go to the NBA Finals prior to coming to the Warriors. Hasn't been back since. I don't know that he's looking like he's going to go again.
No,
based on the construction of the Rockets and what's going on in the Western Conference. If I were KD, I'd rather gone east this season based on what's going on with all the injuries.
Yeah.
See if you give yourself a chance out there. But bottom line here is, he cared more about if he wasn't happy here, he wasn't happy here. But if you're not happy here and you're winning Finals MVPs and you're going to the NBA Finals, then what's going to make you happy? It doesn't really matter. He can say that this is more to the reason why he didn't want to come back, and if that's true, that's all fine and good. Just go. Then what did you want? What's going to make you feel pleased?
He wants validation. He wants somebody to tell him you're just as good as LeBron and you've accomplished so much on your own.
But who and at what level? And if Steve Kerr's not the guy to say it, then who is?
Well, it's not even
That's
Steve
what I mean.
Kerr.
So who? I mean, nothing's going to.
But that stuff gets to him for whatever reason. And what's interesting is, I don't know if he feels that way today because I watched the Olympic documentary on Netflix and he talks glowingly about Steve Kerr and how much he appreciated his time with him. Now, did he simultaneously hate it also with the style of basketball he was playing? Maybe. Well, it sounds like that. I'm not surprised by that whatsoever. But if you look at Kevin Durant and his history with coaches, I mean, after the Warriors, he wanted Steve Nash to coach the Brooklyn Nets.
Steve Nash was an assistant with the Warriors while he was here, by the way.
Exactly. And I guess he was closer to Steve Nash than he was with Steve Kerr.
And then he asked for him to be fired when he was in Brooklyn.
And so when you got a former player that turned coach and basically let him do whatever he wanted to do, like I thought it was telling. I never was a Steve Nash fan as a coach because I thought it was very...
Didn't last very long.
No, he didn't, but like it was very interesting hire, and I was like, that's interesting. I think a former player of his caliber probably could wrangle all the personalities of Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, and James Harden. But you remember in that playoff game where he went for like 50 against Milwaukee, and then Steve Nash like hugs him, being like, that was an awesome performance. And also said to me, it kind of was like Steve Nash being like, thank you, I had nothing planned. Basically, like, let Kevin Durant be Kevin Durant.
Right.
And that's what he's looking for. He always sidles up to coaches that kind of let him do his thing. Like Monty Williams, good coach, but not an innovative offensive mind. Ime Udoka, really good with defense, but not so much offense. I think Kevin Durant just wants a coach that lets him do his thing. And it just disappoints me because Kevin Durant has the capability. He has the playing style of Michael Jordan. And Steve Kerr learned from Phil Jackson and Greg Popovich. And Greg Popovich didn't really coach superstars. If you want to say if you want to say Tim Duncan was a superstar, then yes, from what he accomplished, but like physically and like his ability as a player, no, I wouldn't say that. But he bought into the system. Michael Jordan had to be bought into the system as well. He didn't like this whole passing thing. He wanted the ball in his hands. Same thing with Kobe Bryant with Phil Jackson. Steve Kerr is lucky that Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Draymond Green were willing to buy in.
He says it all the time.
Exactly. So I just find it frustrating. The bottom line, we talked about it yesterday. I just find it frustrating with the person that Kevin Durant is. I really wish he didn't care about all that crap. It was just a little less selfish. It was just fine with, I want to win championships. I don't care what Stephen A. Smith says about me every day. I don't care that I'm not getting the ball as much. This is a beautiful brand of basketball, and I can win here. And I see similarities, not that he's the same type of player, but Jonathan Kuminga, where he's like, I want the ball in my hands. I want to pass around too much. Too bad. You're not that established as a player. So
That's too damn bad!
Exactly. I just, I say this all the time. I don't understand the Steve Kerr bashing. I think he's a brilliant head coach, and I know that Stephen A. Smith a couple weeks ago kind of downplayed him like, well, he thinks he's the next Popovich. He thinks he's the next Phil Jackson. Yeah, because he learned from those guys.
Yeah.
He's a lot better than your boy, Mark Jackson.
And where would he be?
Exactly.
Without Steph Curry.
Yeah.
And what Kevin Durant did for him.
Hand down, man.
Without what Mark Jackson did to set him up.
Please.
He wouldn't have any rings. It's like, he wouldn't want a gold medal, too.
Yeah.
That's what I think is all Kevin Durant's ever done with Steve Kerr.
Where's Jason Tatum?
He's going to the Hall of Fame. Who does he go in with?
Well, basketball, you don't
Kevin
really
Durant?
You don't really go in as a team with a team in the NBA.
Right.
You just kind of go into the basketball.
Okay, I guess
Hall of Fame.
we sort of talked about this the other day, but
Who do you associate him with? 9 years in OKC is going to be more than anywhere else.
I would
he
say
ever spent.
Thunder. I would say Thunder.
I mean, it's triple the amount of time he will have spent anywhere else.
I mean, I guess maybe a Sonic just because it's like the last one.
You don't, but it's not like you're wearing a hat. You don't go in.
No,
as
what
a-
I'm saying is
with
like
a team.
my association with him would be like, well, it's Sonic because he was the last one, but like
But Sonic is the same franchise as OKC, and he played 1 year in Seattle before they moved. It's 9 years with that organization.
I think we always kind of pick a team like that kind of embodies that player. Like when someone retires, we think like, well, when I think of his career, I think of that team.
Yeah,
It's
Joe
hard.
Thornton, we can use this as an example, just got inducted
Yes.
into the Hall of Fame. He played 9 seasons with the Shark, but 15 seasons with the Shark.
Like-
he played 24 seasons.
And he was with Boston for a long time before
with
that.
Boston,
right?
and
Yeah.
they had a couple of short stops afterwards. But
Yeah. No, I mean, with Kevin Durant, I think you'd have to say OKC. But as I said yesterday, if you ask OKC fans, they're probably down with Shea Gilgeous-Alexander being the face of the franchise for its history more than Kevin Durant.
Well, they just won one, too.
I know.
415 checks in and says, this is Derek's Tuesday take and rant. His do rant. This is the 415.
It's not bad.
Pretty
It's not
good.
bad.
Somebody else said you were challenging your inner Greg.
You think so?
I don't know. I didn't hear it.
I just went on a rant.
You just kind of you got emotional about it. You felt it. You got real strong takes on KD.
Because I just remember that last season, and it was
Frustrating. That was the whole thing,
I
too.
hated it. I hated
The whole
it.
thing, too, is like if Kevin Durant had committed to the organization, and I know that he was allowing them roster flexibility and financial flexibility by signing the one-and-one deals, all he had to do to make it feel like he really wanted to be here, because that was the thing. It's like he came and it was like, okay, well, when's he going to leave? When's he going to leave? When's he going to leave? So when he showed up, if all he had to do was sign a multi-year deal, could have signed a multi-year deal. He didn't want to. He didn't want to be here that long.
Yeah, because he was feeling it out.
3
and-
finals and 2 finals MVPs was just too damn much.
I know, but
Too much
you
for
know
KD.
what? You know what? At the same time, I bring this up a lot. I'll always remember that 2018 finals where they swept the Cavaliers, and I went to a watch party in Oakland at the old
And
Oracle.
you said people were pissed.
People were pissed that Kevin Durant was MVP. They were booing him that Steph was not MVP, and I was like, guys, what are we doing? What is this?
It's going to go away. You were worried, huh?
What?
You had some real worry that he was going to leave after that.
No, I was just like this. What is this disrespect though? Like, who cares who won MVP? You think Steph gives a damn? No, come
Yeah,
on.
I think you give a damn.
Well, just a little bit, or
Yeah, I mean, people were so stoked that they won the first one, but like, come on, Iggy getting MVP? Come on,
he deserved it.
come on,
He deserved it.
come on. No, come on, give it to Steph.
He got it.
Yeah, he eventually got one. What I'm saying is that first one. Come on, we all know whose MVP that was. I know we love Iguodala. I know we do because he was the first point of somebody who decided to come here, help change the culture, and really, I mean, the backseat that he takes to go to the bench and then the whole death lineup. Obviously, he was as impactful as anybody. But come on.
Yeah, I'm with you.
yeah, but this is the spoiled fan take. It doesn't matter.
That's what I mean. But because it's the first one, everyone's like, well, it doesn't really matter. It's okay. But then when KD gets it, everybody's pissed off.
Yeah.
I'm like, well,
It's kind of like, to me,
you don't get that. I mean, you weren't going to get the next one without KD. You didn't get the last one.
going to my Super Bowl MVP knowledge, it's kind of like Desmond Howard getting the Packers MVP for their Super Bowl win over the Patriots. I'm like, that probably should have been Brett Favre.
Probably should have been.
Yeah.
Iguodala, I guess, in the playoffs, he goes 16.3 in the finals, points per game, 5.8 rebounds, 4 assists. Great NBA finals.
Yeah, but the whole really the MVP was Steve Kerr having the knowledge to, downplay the whole thing of like, is Andrew Bogut to start tonight? No. Or yes, he is. And then it's like, nope, Andre Iguodala, I'm going to the death lineup.
Dude, Steph went 26 points a game, 5.2 rebounds a game, which is only 0.6 fewer than Andre. He had more assists per game than Andre, and he averaged more steals per game than Andre.
I know, but it's not that. It's not that
Steph
simplistic.
got robbed
though.
of the. Yes, it is. Steph, was he not in every lineup that Iguodala was in?
Yes.
They don't go to the finals without him.
Yeah,
they
I
don't
know.
win the finals without any of them. But to say that Iguodala deserved the finals MVP more than Steph, I think is being a little bit too romantic about that run.
You may be right. It's like
because we love to tell the story of the death lineup. We love to tell the story of all that. I got it, Tim. Jesus, can't get my Steph takes off now in freaking June. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim.
My fault. I talked too long in the last segment.
Yeah, dude, I'm trying to talk 2015 Dubs Finals MVP here, bro.
Okay, but do you think Jim Plunkett should have got Super Bowl MVP over Rod Martin?
4 and 5, so he was guarding LeBron. I know. I got it. And all his stats were still worse than Steph's. I get it. Look, guys, I remember. I was there. It was as meaningful. Everyone's like, he guarded LeBron. I'm like, I know. That was big. But so is Steph going 26 a game and 2 steals a game and 6.5 assists a game. And, like, give me a break. We got to take a break because Tim's going to cry or pee his pants. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work. Stay tuned for what Tim's pants will show. He'll hold them up to the screen next. Show you what they look like. Tyrese Halliburton gets injured. One of the biggest what-ifs in NBA Finals history. Dude, now people are coming at Steph. See this? See what I did? People are like, well, he didn't defend LeBron. You guys are ridiculous, dude. You guys are ridiculous. Insane. Steph Curry was the MVP of that series. Out of my mind right now. Sound Soiree at 5:15. What's the biggest what-if in Bay Area sports history? What if Steph had won the Finals MVP? We'll do it next on the Sports Leader.
Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty Work, greatest show in America. On a Tuesday evening, we are less than 45 minutes from Giants pregame. Giants and the Miami Marlins tonight at 6:45. Verlander against Cal Quantrill. A couple of righties. We'll get into that a little bit later with our Giants pregame at 5:45. We did want to do the greatest what-ifs in Bay Area sports history, but I feel like we'd have to get to the phone lines here momentarily.
Oh, of course we do.
So for those who are unaware, we started the show today. We have many callers, and you guys know we love the filth, the loyal listener group that are the listeners and followers of Dirty Work here on the Sports Leader.
Shout them out. It's the Pat H's and the
It's your Pat H's, it's your 415 West's, it's your Gizmos, your True Blues, your Barbses,
your Nicoles,
your Tackies, your Rockin' New Eras, even your Nicole V's,
Yeah,
your AJ
maybe.
Cruz's,
Maybe Nicole.
your Mexican American Dreams, your Otis Birds, your Mike in San Francisco's, your Rick Mondays. I mean, the regular callers. We got all sorts of them. Jay in Rancho Cucamonga.
Oh yeah,
love our Jay. Anyway, a member of the filth today, Dwayne. Dude, a member of the filth today called into the
where is Dwayne?
Murph and Marcus show. I don't know, but the Mexican American Dream called into Murph and Marcus this morning, and started to give a take and was like, having some fun like he does, and apparently he made note of the Young Tony 4th of July party bit that we had going on last year.
Mm-hmm.
And 4th of July right around the corner, Young Tony got so upset that he just dropped the call. Like didn't even want to entertain the fact that somebody had mentioned the Young Tony 4th of July party.
That's a reaction.
Can't drop me, can you? I'm just saying it. Just saying it out loud now. It was a bit. We were having fun with it. Anyway, we wouldn't hang up on the Mexican American Dream. We put out the bat signal with the Mexican American Dream signal. We shot it up into the sky here in Daly City.
Clarify if it was an inside job or not.
Yeah, by the way, Tony accused us of calling him to somebody with all due respect, Young Tony, we do not think about you that much, brother. We don't sit around here trying to think about who to tell to call into the morning show. We didn't even know what he was going to say. Well, we have him on the line, and all I know now is that he's back for revenge. Tim's not going to drop him because Tim's not even in control of his own board. Sometimes Tim's not even here when segments start.
Yep.
God forbid.
I mean, my shorts are soaked.
So let's welcome to the phone lines here, the Mexican American Dream, and he's got a little bit of revenge. Dream, the floor is yours. What's going on, bro?
Good afternoon, fellas. I can't believe this. Young Tony, grow a sack, baby. Learn how to take a joke. I called asking for my invite to your 4th of July holiday spectacular because I saw Walter Ikabakita this past Saturday, and he told me to ask you for the invite because he knows you don't like inviting the common man, and I'm trying to avoid any chingazos with any security. I know you got the security everywhere, baby. But little did I know that this was a bit, and Walter deked me. He got me good. So Walter Bicicleta, kudos to you. That's the real dirty work, baby. That's what we need on the show. And just for that, you're making me look foolish, Walter. Next time I see you, I'm going to leave you folded like a quesadilla, baby. That's right. I'm coming for everybody. And everybody's going to get it today. Adam Copeland,
yeah,
last time I called, I cut a promo and you said it was too long and you lost the plot. Well, Adam Copeland, it's a lack of focus on half. When I'm rocking and rolling, I'm walking and strolling, I'm not moving that fast. If you can't keep up, that's a you problem, Adam Copeland. You're like a goldfish with ADD. You got Coke bottle glasses and a prescription windshield, and you still can't focus. Adam Copeland, you're so dense. You went to the doctor for a flu shot, and you still didn't get the point. You couldn't do a 6th grade book report on C-Spot Room because you couldn't find the plot, baby. Adam Copeland, do us all a favor. Try and keep up, daddy. And by the way, Papito, next time, stutter, I don't need you interrupting my flow, baby. What would Mr. Bob Dabalina say if Adele forgot one of the lines? Everybody can get it today. And finally, Piano Man Tim Webb, you're cool, daddy. I don't got no problem with you, baby. I got no problem with you. I'll that one soft for you next time I see you. But to wrap it all up, Young Tony, come on, baby. Learn how to take a joke I didn't understand, now I understand. And there's a piece of advice for Young Tony. Here's something you learned today. Next time you use the public restroom, don't look at the wall for any of that dirty humor. Just look down. The joke is in your hands, baby. And Mr. Kid Making Demons out. Orderly way.
He laughed at his own bit on the way out, too. That was pretty good, dude. Young Tony, next time you're in the bathroom, don't look at the wall for any of that dirty humor. Just take a look down. The joke's in your hands. That's pretty good.
That's
pretty
solid.
Good. I like he came with a clean humor, dude. He'll do it. He'll do it. He'll get it in. He'll
we
get it out.
love the Mexican American Dream.
Yeah, I'm with it. I'm down with that.
See, he ripped us.
He did rip us. I don't know how I feel about that now. You know what I mean? Maybe I should have cut him off. I gave him the floor, and then he just took a shot at
He
me.
let me off
come on
without
now.
he let me slide. So
Felt like mine went a little longer. Mine kind of felt personal. You know what I mean?
He's been building up for quite some
Yeah,
time.
dude, I know. It seems like he takes shots at me a lot.
Well, he didn't like that one time where you cut him off.
He went for
he didn't cut him off. He
Oh,
just
sorry,
said
you
he
didn't cut
was,
off. Like afterwards, you're like, yeah, kind of ran out of steam there. Right?
Well, yeah, he went for like 3.5 minutes. You know what I mean? There's a sweet spot.
That's kind of what a Mexican American dream does.
Well, if we were going to grade Mexican American Dreams rant,
No, we're grading callers.
like we did Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia. I don't know. I just don't like. I don't like young Tony being the bear. I like that because even Murph was like, dude, put him back on.
Yeah.
He was like, at one point Murph went over Tony's head. He went to Cole. So then he was like, Cole, put him back on the line. And Tony said, I don't think that's how this works. I was like, dude, the ball's on you, kid.
All right.
Hey. Said Cope's got a flu shot, but still didn't get the point. That was a pretty good line.
That's a pretty good line.
That was a pretty good line from the Dream.
All off the top of the dome, too.
Is it?
No.
831 says that was epic.
Yeah.
The 415 says, bro has no bars. Nobody Tony dropped him. Yeah, 707 says 10-year-old boy's got better caps than that. I mean, you can't.
You know what? He called in and he put himself out there. So let's go.
Yeah, you guys are just kind of texting from behind the text line here. Mexican morning. 408 says Mexican American got me dead this morning. Young Tony was heated.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. And then I like this one too. This is the spectrum that is the text line. 925 says, "What the f is this guy talking about?"
I'm so lost right now.
319. Can we have the Dream call in more, dude? It's like it's totally opposite ends of the spectrum.
Call in anytime, Dream. Call in anytime.
415-808-5627. Love cutting the promos, and you always get the floor here on Dirty Work Dream, even when you're coming at me. All right, when we come on back, let's get into the Dirty Work sound soiree. Some of the best sounds from across the sports world that you might have missed. Featuring Shane Gillis was on Good Morning America. We'll get some of that in. Aaron Rodgers was on Pat McAfee. He's really upset that people are questioning whether or not he's actually married.
It's a Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
What did I say? Shane Gillis?
Yeah, Shane Gillis.
You wrote Shea Gillis.
Did I really? Well, maybe he was on my mind because he's the.
You wrote Shea Gillis-Alexander.
Well, yeah. He's hosting the ESPYs.
Yeah, well, that was going to be in the dial.
Shane Gillis.
It's going to be on the dial.
It's nothing like the.
It's nothing like the grab bag.
No,
Shea Gillis, nothing like Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, Shane Gillis, whatever. Aaron Rodgers is upset. He's on Pat McAfee questioning why people are so interested in whether or not he's married, plus a big 25-year anniversary for Mike Tyson.
Ooh.
It's all coming your way next in the Dirty Work Sound Soiree, only here on the Sports Leader.
It's not like that at all.
bit is what he's doing. It's fantastic.
I love it.
314 says, I love it. I love the Mexican-American dream. At least he didn't slap anybody with a tortilla this time. He does threaten that a whole
Don't
bunch.
worry, next time he will. He never forgets a face to slap with the tortilla.
Every time we've got enough sound to do it, and today's one of those days, we put together some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed, and we call it the Sound Soiree.
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
The Dirty Work Sound Soiree for Tuesday, June 24th, 2025. Let's get right into it. We got some good sound for you. Giants baseball in about a half hour coming your way at 5:45. All right. Dennis Shanahan. So they did that fake groundbreaking, as Tim put it so beautifully. They cosplayed a groundbreaking ceremony.
Yes.
Did the A's in Las Vegas yesterday.
It was basically a field cake.
Because it wasn't. So Susan Slusser came out with us yesterday, and she said they didn't really break ground.
No.
They were in a tent that had air conditioning. And I said, so did they have a cutout part in the ground for the ground to be shoveled? She goes, no, there were shovels. She said it was like a raised platform of dirt that was made to look like an A's diamond, and it was. It was like a big-looking cake thing. It looked like it was a cake, but it was all dirt. I guess they'd painted like A's on what would have been the mound. They made it like a baseball diamond. And then they stuck shovels into it. Even worse, Derek pointed this out in the grab bag. Behind them, they had all these excavators and all this big construction equipment. It was rented equipment for the day. It wasn't even actually in use, being used for the building of a stadium.
Just for display. Not actually doing construction. Just for the whole display of the whole
aesthetic.
Yeah, yes. It's ridiculous.
Piss poor is what I'd call it.
And it's funny.
Poor.
It's funny you say cake because I want to say John Fisher referenced cake multiple times during his press conference.
It just looks like a giant cake. So here's Dennis Shanahan. He's a Sacramento weatherman. Apparently, he grew up an A's fan. Going to games in the Coliseum.
Diehard A's fan.
And so they do the report on the groundbreaking ceremony, and then they cut to weather. And here's what Dennis Shanahan has to say.
And they also shared buildings in Kansas City and Philadelphia before that. All right, let's get a check at the forecast. We're going to head outside to the backyard. Dennis, with your conditions. Hey, Dennis.
Nikki, I literally had a physical reaction to that last story, actual nausea that I could feel building up. There's one thing that A's owner John Fisher does consistently, and that is fails to deliver. So we'll see.
Hey, listen.
So, we'll see.
We on Dirty Work and on KNBR for years, our weatherman has always been Bill Martin, but that's hilarious.
That was pretty good.
We'll see.
Might have to get our guy Denny Shanahan on, dude.
Yeah. I like smart-ass weathermen that will comment on other things.
Yeah, they'll be snarky because they're usually just kind of there to report what they're seeing.
It's going to be sunny out, and John Fisher sucks.
Yeah,
exactly.
I like getting takes. I like getting takes from.
I'm a meteorologist, but also I'm a baseball fan. Screw John Fisher.
Shout out Dennis Shanahan, dude. Maybe my new favorite weatherman going now that Bill Martin is retired.
Yes.
And Raph, of course.
Oh, yeah, Raph.
Should we get our guy Denny Shanahan on at some point?
Yeah, why not?
See if you can wrangle Dennis
Hey, you
Shanahan.
know what? The A's are playing the Giants are playing the A's in Sacramento next weekend.
Why don't we talk to him next week?
All
See if
right.
we can get him on.
Yeah.
Why not?
We've had a lot of luck with weathermen.
Weatherman?
Weatherman?
What else? It's not a last name.
Meteorologist?
Good old Weatherman?
Yeah.
Bob Weatherman.
Yeah, Bookman. Officer Bookman.
Yeah,
That's
Officer
what it made me
Bookman.
think of. It's a last name.
Officer Bookman.
All right, let's move on here.
So we'll see.
That's a good one.
I like that prop, dude. Keep that around. Shea Gilgis Alexander.
My mistake.
Shane Gillis Alexander.
Can you imagine that? They morph together. It's Shea Gillis Alexander just making jokes on the basketball court.
Okay. All right. Here's Shea Gilgis Alexander. I don't know what this is. He was on Good Morning America.
So listen. So I noticed that a lot of the Thunder players are young and don't drink.
They're the second youngest team in the league, but a lot of them just don't drink at all.
Yeah, so SGA drinks, and you could tell that he's kind of hungover in this interview. And then we'll play Jalen Williams next. Both Jalen Williams on the Thunder, there's two Jalen Williams. Both of them don't drink. Jalen Williams, you'll hear in the interview, he does not drink. And then there's a shot of everybody celebrating in the.
Hold on, but this is Shea. This is Shea.
Yeah. But I'm just setting it up. Like multiple players on the Thunder don't drink. Jalen Williams, the other Jalen Williams, during the locker room celebration, gets drinks some champagne that spits out immediately. Goes, "Ugh, that's disgusting." Shea Gilgeous Alexander, on the other hand, drank that night and then showed up at the butt crack of dawn for Good Morning America.
All right, here we go.
Jay Gilgis Alexander. Give it up all for SGA. Getting up and joining us this morning. Oh, my God. How does NBA champion have a good ring to you, SGA?
Yeah, it's everything I imagined it to be. The opportunity has been amazing, and I'm happy and I'm blessed to be a part of it.
Okay, have you been to sleep, Shay? Have you been, because you look a little sleepy. Did you get any rest since last night?
I got some rest, not as much as I'd like, but hey, you only live once.
That's right, and you are living your best life right now.
Damn right.
Yeah, dude, that's a tone of voice I'm very familiar with.
Yep.
It sounds like me. I mean, most days when I'm getting up and I'm talking the first time at like noon on that
You
day.
pre-hangry meal.
Oh,
for
dude,
sure.
me on a Sunday before I get my hangry over at the Showdown, dude. Oh,
Especially like every Niners pregame show. For you.
yeah. Well, the 7 a.m.s. The 7 a.m.s, yeah.
Maybe even later. 105 kickoffs.
Well, no, not at a 105. Because if I've been up long enough to be able to talk to Tim, then I've got my voice going by then. But there are some times where I'm burning the candle at both ends.
I mean, it's
And
once
by
in
the
a
way,
life.
like you've listened to a minute of Niners pregame.
Sometimes.
Oh, do you?
Just to get some intel of what we're talking about the next
so
day.
you come,
Pre-game versus the Raiders.
come to learn from me a bit.
Please, I don't need to learn from you.
You need me to teach you some football stuff, huh?
I mean, Good Morning America is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to do that interview, but, like, after you've been partying all night, love Robin Givens, but, like, I don't want to do that.
Dude, I don't know. It's not the same as, I'm going to Disney World, Super Bowl
Yeah, I
MVP
know.
and all that. Somebody was like,
on
Shay, you
camera,
gotta do
too.
it.
On camera. It's not a phoner. It's like, we got to look good.
He's sitting there on camera. Yeah, dude, that's a guy who woke up with some shakes.
Yes.
You know what I mean? That's a guy who's like, didn't have all the nerve endings where they needed to be,
No.
probably.
You are living your best life right
That's uncomfortable.
209 says they think Dennis Shanahan in Sacramento might have done sports prior to doing weather.
Okay, that
And 916
actually makes sense.
We'll see. 916 says Dennis Shanahan, great watch most days. And he's tweeted a bunch about the A's.
Yeah, he's a
He
diehard
tweets
fan.
all the time.
Diehard fan.
He tweeted out a rendering of the stadium on May 30th. Can't help but wonder what impact the newly announced the steel tariffs will have on this project. It's because
I like this guy.
This guy's getting off riffs, dude.
I
I
like
think,
this guy.
this guy might be
Down
our,
down with the dirty work, huh?
yeah, down with the dirty work. We might have to get him in. This would be fantastic. All right, moving on here in the sound soiree. Let's get to Jalen Williams, who you were just talking about.
He does not drink, but he had to partake in the festivities.
So, he didn't have to, but he decided to. I saw there was a video of him drinking some beer, didn't really like it, or was that the other Jalen Williams? Anyway, he was on with Scott Van Pelt.
Different
right?
Jalen Williams.
On SportsCenter with Scott Van Pelt, and he was talking about how he celebrated the championship.
So you said earlier on First Take that you haven't slept. How was Bricktown? How was the celebration? What have you been doing?
Everything that you can imagine when you win a championship. And I'll let everybody decide with that.
Okay, but I want to be very clear because you also said earlier that you don't like champagne. So what is the vibe? Like, what are you doing when you win a championship specifically?
Okay, so yeah, like yesterday was my first time drinking ever. Like I never had a drink up until that point. And the beginning of the season, the guys want me to drink. That's like the big thing for them. I don't know why, but I told them at the beginning of the year, I was like, win a championship, I'll drink. I'll do whatever you guys want. I'll drink champagne. We could do shots. So we kept getting closer during the season, and I was like, I'm going to have to drink. So I drank a little bit. I had a couple shots, champagne. I had beer. It was all disgusting. I'm going to stick to Shirley Temples. I had a lot of those yesterday and a lot of water.
Okay, so you've never drank it before. You think champagne is disgusting. You think all shots are disgusting, so are you never going to do it again?
I'm retired. I can't speak on the parade, though. I don't want to.
Okay, so TBD. We'll see what happens.
And the parade was today. Did not see if Jalen Williams was partaking in some alcohol.
I didn't either. We gotta take a step back though, because Derek did it again, Tim. I didn't even notice it. Once the text line called it out, then I realized it. And I was like, this is too funny to not bring up. So remember a couple of weeks ago when Derek was talking about, who are we talking about? Viola Davis?
Mm-hmm.
Who did you confuse Viola Davis with? Angela Bassett?
Yeah.
Derek goes, yeah, dude, Viola Davis in Black Panther is what he said. And I said, I don't think she's in Black Panther.
Okay, what I do this
And
time?
you meant Angela Bassett. Well, Derek talked, and I said, Derek, we don't all look alike. You know what I'm saying? He was talking about Good Morning America. He referred to the Good Morning America host, Tim, as Robin Givens, dude.
Oh, my mistake. Not Robin Givens.
Robin, who is it, dude?
Wrong again. Robin Roberts.
Robin Roberts. You easily confused, I guess.
Oh, come on.
Dude, there's like 4 people in a row on the text line that are like,
mistake.
Derek, are you serious? Robin Givens? You did
My
it
bad,
again,
my
dude?
bad. Robin...
She's in Black Panther, right?
No. Robin Givens was married to Mike Tyson, right?
Yes, she was.
Okay, my mistake.
Who, by the way, you'll hear in this Sound Soiree. Stay tuned. So it's all coming
it's
together.
all coming
dude.
around.
Maybe that's why Derek was thinking. Was thinking
I
Givens.
I also confused Shane Gillis for Shane Gilgeous-Alexander.
It's a little bit different. That was just a typo versus.
It's Robbins.
Yeah, dude. I don't know, man. I don't know. I can't trust.
Okay. Oh, stop this.
I cannot trust Derek to differentiate 2 celebrity black women.
Oh, come on now.
Well, you've done it twice in like 3 weeks.
Come on, we're friends.
When he asked you how many black friends do you have, you should have said 1. Your mom.
Yeah, that's it, dude. That's it. Who was that guy? Costco Bear?
Costco Bear.
That's like that Costco Bear,
One
dude.
call made a huge imprint.
We need more of Costco Bear.
That's pretty good, dude. That's pretty fantastic. All right, moving on here.
Robin Roberts, my mistake.
Not to be confused. Yeah, let's move on here. Going into the Aaron Rodgers sense. Aaron Rodgers was on Pat McAfee this morning, and he's talking about, because remember we were joking about it yesterday.
Yeah.
Like more fake, Aaron Rodgers' wife or Tim's order at Chez Fico was the question.
Come on.
Aaron Rodgers, nobody's seen his wife. He was out like some events this weekend somewhere. Everyone's like,
he was on the Malibu beach, which he often frequents. Without her.
And it wasn't with her. Everyone's like, dude, what are you doing? What's
It's a big old dog.
Where's your wife? So Rodgers is on McAfee and he's talking about it today.
I mean, it's a sick society, isn't it? It's a sick society. I lived in the public eye for 20 years. I had public relationship. How did that work out? You know, I had people leaking my home information and making up stories that we bought a house together. I had people calling the paparazzi. I had people, posting personal life on the internet. And now, didn't want any of that, didn't like any of that. And now I'm with somebody who's private. What happened to common decency about security and a personal life that we now have to dive into your details of where you live and what you're doing and who you're with and who your wife is and if you even have a wife and if you're doing some sort of attention-grabbing thing because my wife is a private person, doesn't have social media, hasn't been a public person, doesn't want to be a public person, but now that's a weird thing. And where are we at in society where that's like the norm now, that just because I'm not selling wedding photos to the magazines or leaking personal information or making a loving post on Instagram, and look, you want to do that, that's fine. That's your own prerogative. I don't care. That's just not what I want to do. I don't want to be a part of anything. I told you, when this is all done, I'm out.
So when he retires, you won't see him again.
Was that Rodgers or was that young Tony after hearing about
the
4th of July party?
I don't want my personal information out there.
I don't want people posting, you want to do that, it's fine, that's your life, but as soon as I'm done with here, I'm gone.
Yeah. Thinks he's Aaron Rodgers.
A little young Tony to him, I think, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit, dude. Yeah, I mean, I know it's funny. I wonder how many people were made aware of this by him talking about this today.
The marriage thing?
Like, it's not like this was major news. Like, the marriage thing wasn't major news, nor were people not seeing his wife this weekend. But then he goes on McAfee, where I'm guessing most of the audience who's there hadn't even been aware of all the stuff from over the weekend.
Yeah, and then
it's like, who cares? Like, my point is, I think he just fanned the flames on something that people weren't even paying that much attention to.
Yeah,
this is going to get picked up by bigger outlets now because he's given these comments where it's like, dude, you just caused more attention to a topic that you didn't want to have attention by going on one of the most watched sports shows every day.
Yeah,
doesn't make any sense.
The irony of the whole thing is he shows up on this big sports show and he's like, can the sports community just not talk about me for a month? It's like, well, why do you think Pat McAfee wanted you on?
You
for
do
clicks.
it every day, yeah.
Exactly.
Because you come on and you say dumb crap, dude. It's fantastic.
I understand what he's saying, and I agree with it, but he's a little naive to think, like, why do people care about me? Because you're an NFL quarterback, dude. And you're mysterious, and you do most NFL quarterbacks sign with teams in March. You prolong this. It's similar to Brett Favre, but, I don't know. That adds to it in our society. Yes, it does suck, where we're so impatient now that we need somebody to sign right away.
You think he's actually married?
Yeah, I do, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
For a guy who's as skeptical as you think he actually is?
Why would he lie about that?
I think that.
Why would Tim lie about eating at Shea Figo?
Well,
but he
I
did.
didn't lie about it, and I also think that he's absolutely right in the respect that he had 2 very public relationships, and they became fodder for entire mid-season and off-season experiences. The idea is I don't want to do that again. I can respect that. I have no problem with that at all.
It's one person's side of it, but multiple relationships that he's been in have spoken pretty badly about Aaron Rodgers.
Danica Patrick
and Shailene Woodley. Shailene Woodley.
To that point, I would say that maybe he doesn't want to deal with that again. But also,
he's like, I want to be an a-hole behind the scenes, not up front.
Exactly.
Well, but to your point too, he's taking a big check from McAfee. It's not like he's sitting at home and he's, I'm out. Well, it's like, well, you're still taking the check.
Exactly.
So, and this is going to Pittsburgh. This half the reason why there were all sorts of teams that weren't interested in him in the first place was because of this giant baggage train that you're bringing with you. So I don't know. I don't know if you can have it both ways.
No, you can't. You can't. But you know what? Whatever. He'll play this last year, and he'll, play with Pittsburgh, and we'll see what happens, and then it'll be like a goodbye tour thing. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? I don't care.
916 checks in and says, did Aaron Rodgers marry his ChatGPT bot? Maybe that's what happened. 408 says, who's more secretive, Rodgers or Derek, when he says he's going to hang out somewhere after the show?
I'll let you know I'm going tonight.
Where are you going tonight?
Sweet.
Oh, you are going?
Debatable.
He's on the fence.
Why are you on the fence? Just go or don't. Why are you so... You're really not going to decide.
I would like to go. Hour? I would like to go and have camaraderie with our coworkers. At the same time, it's a long walk.
All right. 319 says, actually not 319, 925 just says, they've never texted before. They said, it's not Shea Fico, it's K Fico. In Italian, it means how cool.
Yeah.
For Tim, it means...
My bolognese was delicious, and I'm sorry I didn't have it at the tip of my tongue so that Adam could make fun of me and say that I never went there.
K Fico.
925 says, yeah, and Olivia Munn had some stuff that she had to say about Aaron Rodgers. Now married to John Mulaney, don't you know? 650 checks in and says, yeah, Tim would defend a liar.
Okay.
Moving on in the sound soiree. George Kittle was on Bussin' with the Boys.
Yeah, viewer discretion is advised for this one.
Audio discretion. What's it say? Using a Vasper system?
Yeah, it's this thing. I really don't know what it is, but it's like this kind of like it's a workout thing, and I guess it helps you recuperate and gives you energy for the off season.
Vasper, hardly knew her. Here's George Kittle on Bussin' with the Boys.
As soon as I get back from I do it a little bit during OTAs, but as soon as I get back in the summer, it's like my cardio every day at the end of my workout. So I'll lift, I'll run my routes, run hills, and then I do a 20-minute Vasper session 4 days a week, no matter what. I love it. You feel, dude, you also, it knocks you the out at night, unconscious. Really? You sleep so well, and you have wild dreams too. It's awesome. I like
Vasper systems doing a whole bunch of different things.
I mean, yeah, the main selling point is you blow huge loads.
Oh, for real?
That's what.
What?
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna eat that back. Yeah.
Oh, so
what kind of loads we talking? It sounds like huge ones, Will.
Huge ones. I know. I was like, how do I sit? Nah, I just got to say it. That's how it was sold. To players, it's look, it boosts your testosterone. You sleep really well. You're gonna feel great, and you also blow huge loads.
Not the first time that phrase been used today. Huge loads.
Come on, Pete.
All right. I don't know. I don't have anything to add to that. I don't even know what this system is, dude.
Yeah, it's like a little...
I was onto the Vasper system before anybody, right around the time of Stu's no-no. I mean, what do you want from me, bro?
Yeah, it's just, that's what George Kittle does in the offseason.
Right.
Vasper system.
Okay. All right. The little Kittles on their way, probably.
Yeah, I guess so.
I don't know. That's absurd. That's an absurd soundbite. I got to pull out this website. I got to see what the side effects for this thing are. Mike Tyson.
Oh, you're into it now.
Yeah, now I'm curious. Mike Tyson, we got a 25-year anniversary of Mike Tyson. This is before he fought Lennox Lewis. Is that right? 25 years ago, Tim? It was after he fought Lennox Lewis. Anyway, you'll be familiar with the clip.
How many years ago was this? 2000?
25 years ago today.
2000, okay.
Back in 2000, here's Mike Tyson.
I don't know, man. Yeah, Lennox Lewis. Lennox, I'm coming for you.
Mike, is it frustrating to train like you did and then have this in 7 or 8 seconds?
For this fight, I only trained probably 2 weeks or 3 weeks for this fight. I had to bury my best friend. and I dedicated this fight. I wasn't going to fight. I dedicated this fight to him. I was going to rip his heart out. I'm the best ever. I'm the most brutal and vicious and most ruthless champion there's ever been. There's no one can stop me. Lennox is a conqueror. No, I'm Alexander. He's no Alexander. I'm the best ever. There's never been anybody as ruthless. I'm Sonny Liston. I'm Jack Dempsey. There's no one like me. I'm from Nairclaw. There's no one that can match me. My style is impetuous. My defense is impregnable. And I'm just ferocious. I want your heart. I want to eat his children. Praise be to Allah.
Are you saying now, Mike, that Mike?
Jim Gray. Mike, you
Mike,
there?
Are you saying, what are you saying,
I need a
Mike?
follow-up there, Mike.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Praise be to Allah.
God.
The all-time great sound bites.
Beginning of that rant, he's like talking about his kids and about
Yeah.
how he's, I love you kids, I'll see you soon, and it just flips immediately.
It's very reminiscent of, you remember Jamal Williams a couple years ago where he was on the field on Sunday Night Football after they beat the Packers? And Jamal Williams is like, I want to praise this to my uncle. He passed away earlier this week. I love you. And hey, it's all hard in this mug, all right?
It's all hard in this mug?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I haven't heard that.
He's like, ain't no little puppy dog. Like it was a couple years ago, but yeah, it was when Tim remembers. But yeah, like it was back in the day when the Lions were young and up and coming. And it starts off with him like crying, and then he's like, "Don't mess with me, all right?"
Works his way, he works his way, he lathers himself up.
It takes a turn halfway through.
That's your Dirty Work Sound Soiree. Dirty Work rolls on here on a Tuesday. We got Giants pregame right around the corner at 5:45. So you going to the suite?
Yeah, probably I am.
You gonna have a convo with Young Tone tonight?
I guess so. I'll have to see him face to face, and I'm sure he listened to this whole show today.
I'm sure he's listening right now.
Nah, probably not.
I bet he is. I bet he is. I bet he's worried about what we're saying about his 4th of July party. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we'll put the show to bed. Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the 4th of July party leader.
You set the franchise record. You broke Barry Sanders' record. What does that mean to you?
My great-grandfather died on me. I'll just dedicate this to him. I'm just proud. I'm just grateful to do this for him. My grandfather, he was 92, but I'm just grateful for him to be in my life, and I'm grateful to be able to play football and do this for him. So There's a lot of memories, a lot of emotion happening right now, but I'm just grateful. I'm grateful to be able to play this game for my great-grandfather, and I'm glad that he's looking down on me, and I know I'm making him proud. And everybody already picked the Packers over us. Stop playing with us. That's all I got to say, man. Don't let these tears fool you. It's all dog around this mug.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
Oh, dude, that's good.
On the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Very Tyson-like, Jamal Williams.
Don't let these tears fool you.
It's all dog in this mug.
I do vaguely remember that now a couple of years ago. That's hysterical.
He was funny, man.
Grandfather.
He was funny, man. Like, remember when
He's a goofy dude.
Oh, yeah, he was very goofy. He was into anime and he loved Pokemon.
Yeah.
And I remember like he was getting interviewed in the locker room and some guy was like, "So you're going home to play some Pokemon?" No, don't say it like that, man. Pokemon.
Pokemon, Pokemon.
You sound like an old man when you say that. He's like, well,
I don't watch TV.
You don't watch TV? You didn't hear about it?
I'm trying not to cuss. I don't care. I just want to play football and go home. But you're holding me right now. I just want to go home and play Pokemon.
Go home and play Pokemon?
Yeah, Pokemon.
Yeah.
Don't do that. You can't disrespect Pokemon like that. Pokemon.
Pokemon.
You sound like
I got
old.
my nephew some Pokemon cards. Kind of big deal.
I don't know what cards you got on. They must have sucked because you calling them Pokemon.
Yeah.
But it's fine. Never mind. I'm off topic. Come on. My bad.
I missed that
Dude,
guy, man.
that's pretty good, man. That's
I
really
miss that
funny.
guy.
Oh, don't be doing that. Don't be calling it Pokemon.
He went to New Orleans and he's not really like, I think he's a free agent now, but like, yeah, Jamal Williams is a very funny interview.
Yeah, it was really good. That's going to do it basically for Dirty Work on a Tuesday. We got Giants pregame coming up in about 2.5 minutes here. Giants and the Marlins, 6:45 first pitch. We got Cal Quantrill, a righty for the Marlins, going up against Justin Verlander for the Giants. Tim, you got a note to self as we put the show to bed here?
Note to self.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this for about 2 hours. Note to self. Derek thought the word bequeath was bequeath.
Dude, that was unbelievable.
How dare you steal that from me, Tim?
That was so
That was
ridiculous.
my planned note to self. We know what? I got another one.
Note to self.
Note to self. It's Robin Roberts, not Robin Givens.
Dude, Derek's done this.
K. Fico.
It's twice. He's done this twice now, dude.
Note to self.
Stop.
You're gonna have to. I mean, dude, 3 times. I might leave the show.
Oh, come on now.
Whatever. What? How many? I mean, how much do I have to put up with? Is my question. You know what I mean? How many black women do I have to hear you confused before I can leave?
Stop this.
You're the one putting it out on 50,000 watts in the internet, which we know lives forever.
I guess I'm getting canceled.
I don't think they're in our demo. I don't think they're coming after us. Unfortunately, I don't. I don't think we're hitting that one out of the park.
Yeah.
Note to self. I got 2 of them here. Derek opened the show saying he thought Tim Brown was overrated. It kind of blew me away. Does that shock you, Tim, when you heard that?
As a Raider fan, it blew me away.
No. Hold on. That's a thing my father has. At the same time, Tim Brown, very good wide receiver. Just there's some better wide receivers.
Derek, ready for this? A little overrated.
A little.
See, so that's what I mean. Is you're like, hold on. That's what you believe.
A tad.
Derek thinks Tim Brown is overrated. And I got one more here. Note to self.
Loved it.
When it comes to the filth, Tim is the rear admiral.
There you go.
I like that. Tim's the rear admiral of the filth. Thanks to our guest today, Brian Kenny. You missed any of that, available KNBR.com and the KNBR app. And for anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier every day. It gets a little easier. Just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work. But it does get easier. Giants and the Marlins coming your way. A 6:45 first pitch. Justin Verlander off the paternity list as he makes the start tonight against Cal Quantrill. I'm thinking 2 or 3, but I'd like all 3 here against the Marlins. Giants pregame is coming up.
We'll see.
Thank you. Giants pregame coming up.